You're listening to The Unsuitable Amish Wedding, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 19. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Andy Garcia Roos. Chapter 1. Cherish couldn't believe it. All she could do was stay rooted to her spot on the porch with her mouth hanging open. Crystal was back, and she'd arrived in the same taxi with Bliss's cousin, Debbie. "I guess that's Debbie," Mom said, quite unaware Crystal was there. "She could have let us know she would be a day early. Just as well we already have the room prepared for her." "Who else do you see?" Cherish asked. "Who is it?" Joy asked, from where she was sitting in one of the porch chairs with her sleeping baby in her arms. Mom squinted at the girl who'd just gotten out of the car to stand beside Debbie. "No, tell me that's not Crystal." Cherish could hardly speak through the lump of disappointment in her throat. "It is Crystal, unless she has an identical twin, which I very much doubt. All the same, it wouldn't surprise me." "Are you sure it's Crystal?" Joy craned her neck, trying to look over the porch railing without waking her daughter. "I'm sad to say it is." "Why is she back, Cherish?" Mom asked. Cherish shook her head. "I have no idea. Perhaps she's also a pen pal of Debbie's. Maybe she fooled Debbie's family like she fooled ours. Who knows?" "She might be here to apologize," Joy suggested. "Nay, she already said sorry before she left. She was supposed to go to her mother's and stay there." Cherish didn't know what to do. They had to greet Debbie, but Cherish didn't want to go anywhere near Crystal. "You'd never get the truth out of a girl like that," Mom said. "She's not staying in this house under my roof if that's what she thinks. Is that why she's here?" Cherish shuddered. "I hope not." "Maybe she deserves a second chance," Joy suggested. "You should hear what she's got to say before you decide how you feel about her." Cherish ignored Joy's comment. Mom was too easily influenced by others and could easily change her mind about Crystal not staying with them. Joy wasn't helping. "What if Levi says she can stay? Will you tell him you don't agree?" Mom shook her head. "He wouldn't say that after the way Crystal deceived us and lied about the reason she was here." "And pretending to be Caroline," Cherish added. "That's what I meant. Let's say hello to Debbie." "I'll come too, in a minute. I'll just go inside and gather all of Faith's things, and then I'll have to go," Joy said. Wilma turned toward Joy. "Yeah, do that. Thank you for bringing Faith to see us." As they walked toward Debbie, Mom whispered to Cherish, "At least we know Debbie is a real person." "Yeah, that's a good start." Cherish still couldn't help being annoyed with her mother for being the reason Debbie had come. Mom had been whining to Debbie's mother about having too much work. Cherish and Mom stood back while the girls greeted Debbie. She looked like a pleasant sort of a person. Maybe she'd have a similar personality to Bliss, since they were cousins. But then, there had been that clear warning sign. Bliss had not been thrilled about her cousin coming to stay, and Bliss was normally excited about everything. After Favor said hello to Debbie and went to hug Crystal, Cherish walked forward while Wilma disappeared into the house. Bliss was now introducing Adam and Debbie. The dark green dress Debbie wore complemented her hazel eyes and olive-toned skin. Although, Cherish mused, in their community, dark green was a shade favored by the older ladies. Had Debbie known that, she maybe would have chosen a different color for her first impressions dress. "Hello, Debbie. I'm Cherish." She reached out and hugged Debbie, the youngest in the family and the smartest. Debbie laughed. "That's good to know. Hello, Cherish. I hope I remember everybody's names." Cherish smiled at her. "There are quite a few of us. It might take a while." Debbie seemed okay. Cherish couldn't bring herself to say hello to Crystal, but it would be too rude to ignore her completely, so Cherish gave her a sidelong glance. "You've met Crystal, I see." "Yes, we met at the bus station. We both went to get into the same taxi, and then we discovered we were both going in the same direction, so we decided to share." How lovely and coincidental. It was meant to be, Debbie said. Cherish saw Crystal wasn't acting bothered by her not saying hello. Favor looped arms with Crystal, and they walked toward the rabbit enclosure, while Bliss and Adam stayed close to Debbie. Wilma walked up behind Debbie and cleared her throat. "This is Wilma, our mother," Bliss said. Cherish frowned. Wilma was Bliss's stepmother. It probably didn't matter because Debbie must have known Bliss's late mother, unless Debbie would be upset that Bliss seemed to disregard her own mother, who would also be Debbie's aunt. Wilma moved forward and gave Debbie a hug. "Welcome. We hope you'll be happy here for however long your stay will be, and you're welcome to stay as long as need be." "Or as long as you want," Bliss added unnecessarily. Joy walked over with her baby still asleep and with the handles of 2 bags slung over her arms. "Nice to meet you, Debbie. I'm Joy." "Hello, Joy. What a cute baby." Debbie leaned forward to have a better look, while Joy obligingly leaned down a bit for her to see the baby's face. "Thank you. Her name's Faith." "Do you live here too, Joy?" Debbie asked. Joy straightened up. "No, I live a few miles away with my husband, Isaac. You'll meet him too soon enough. I must go now. I've got a few things to do before Isaac gets home. I'll see you later, Debbie. I look forward to chatting with you." "Me too. Bye." After Joy said goodbye to everyone else, Cherish helped Joy take her things to her buggy. "Can you believe Crystal is back here?" Cherish asked. "It's a bit of a shock." "I know." "You go back, Cherish. I'm fine." "Are you sure?" "Yes. Thanks for your help." "Okay." Cherish popped the bag with the baby's diapers and a change of clothes in the front seat, while Joy strapped Faith into her special seat in the back. "Thanks for that." Joy stepped up into the driver's seat. "You're welcome. Wait, I'll just say goodbye to Faith." Cherish ran to the other side of the buggy and kissed Faith on her forehead. "She's still asleep. She's so adorable." "I know. She's a deep sleeper." "It'll be interesting to see why Crystal came back. You don't think Favor has something to do with it, do you?" "I don't think so. No, she would have said something to me if she'd asked her back here." "Bye, Cherish. Let me know as soon as you can." "I will. Bye." Wilma hurried over just as Joy drove away. "Cherish, while I take Debbie inside, see what Crystal's plans are, will you?" Cherish nearly choked. "Me?" "Yes." Bliss and Adam had followed Mom over. It wasn't surprising. The two of them were always together. "We'll come too," Bliss said. "Don't take too long, Cherish. I need help preparing refreshments." Wilma gave a nod and walked back to Debbie, who was waiting at the porch steps. "We won't be long," Bliss called after her. As they walked, Cherish whispered, "I can't believe she'd show her face around here. No one wants to see her."
"Hear what she's got to say,"
Adam said. "Don't be harsh, Cherish. Don't say things like that," Bliss told her. Cherish huffed. "Since when is telling the truth a bad thing?" "You should know the answer to that by now. When it hurts someone's feelings," Bliss said. Cherish stopped walking, and so did Adam and Bliss. "Do you know why she's here?" Adam said, "As soon as she got out of the car, I heard her telling Favor she's come to join our community. She said she's already talked to the bishop." Cherish was sick to the stomach. She'd thought Crystal was gone for good. If she joined their community, she'd be hanging around forever. Chapter 2. "Why's she joining our community?" Cherish asked.
"I don't know the answer to that,"
Adam said.
"Perhaps this is where she believes God wants her."
Bliss put a comforting hand on Cherish's shoulder. "We'll have to invite her in for refreshments." "We do?" "Yeah, we do." Cherish sighed. "I can't even face her. You do it. I'll help Mom get Debbie settled in." There was one bright spot among all this. Maybe God had answered her prayers regarding Crystal not writing the book she'd threatened to write. Maybe, from now on, she'd have to be more specific about the details when she prayed. As Cherish turned to stomp away toward the house, Bliss hissed,
"Mom asked you to talk to Crystal. She must have had a reason."
Cherish blocked her ears and picked up her pace. When she was through the front door, Wilma and Debbie were disappearing up the stairs. Carmel bounded in behind her and charged up the stairs. The way he was acting, Cherish knew he'd caught whiff of a new person. Sometimes he took a liking to strangers for no apparent reason. Mostly, it was someone who didn't like dogs. That was the real worry.
"Come back, Carmel."
Her words fell on deaf ears. He was normally obedient, except when he was focused on something else. Cherish took the stairs 2 by 2, making lunges at his collar. He was too fast. Once he reached the second floor, he scampered into the end bedroom, which was now Debbie's room.
"Carmel, come here,"
Cherish yelled. When she got into the room, she saw him jumping up on Debbie, pawing at her dark green dress.
"I'm sorry, Debbie. He gets excited with new people sometimes."
"Just put that animal outside, would you, Cherish?" Mom snapped.
"Yes, I will. I've been trying to do that."
Debbie moved her leg up so the dog wouldn't jump on her.
"Yes, outside is where dogs should stay."
Debbie looked up at Cherish. The expression on her face was part superior and part bossy. Boom. Just like that, the second warning sign. How could Cherish be friends with someone who believed dogs belonged outside in the cold, by themselves? No shelter, nowhere soft to lie down. Cherish bent down to grab Carmel's collar and then moved him to the doorway. When Debbie turned around to place her suitcase on the bed, Cherish poked her tongue out at her. Mom happened to look at Cherish at that very moment. Naturally, Mom was horrified and pressed her lips together while shaking her head disapprovingly. "Cherish, why don't you go downstairs and boil the water? After you put that creature outside, of course. I'm sure Debbie would like some refreshments after her long and tiresome journey. There's also a pitcher of lemonade I made this morning."
"Good idea."
Cherish was glad she hadn't gotten into too much trouble just now. It seemed Mom was trying to create a good impression of the family for Debbie. Cherish headed downstairs and Carmel followed close behind. Then she had no choice but to put Carmel outside the front door.
"I'm sorry, but I'm outvoted. You can come back in tonight when they're all asleep. Off you go and play."
Cherish closed the front door and headed to the kitchen. The first thing she noticed was Timmy, chirping in his cage. She moved closer.
"It seems we have another animal hater in the house, Timmy. I don't know how long she'll be here. Let's just hope she's not a bird hater as well as a dog hater. I don't know what I'd do if that happened."
She looked around, and when she saw no one was there, she said to Timmy,
"Crystal was bad, but she never said one mean thing about you or Carmel. Is this a warning sign that Debbie is going to be worse than Crystal? I don't know if that's possible, but as Aunt Dagmar would say, time tells the truth when nothing else will. And I've learned she was right."
Timmy looked at her and then tilted his head to one side.
"It might be a while before I can let you out of the cage to fly around. I don't know when I'll be home alone again. But when I do let you out, you might warn me before you go to the bathroom on the floor again. I didn't see it, but Mom did, and she wasn't happy."
Crystal and Favor burst through the back door then and came into the kitchen, laughing. When Crystal stopped and stared at her, she knew she had to say something. Cherish smiled.
"Hello, Crystal. What's new with you?"
"I'm joining your community."
"Yeah, she is,"
Favor added.
"That's nice."
Cherish kept the smile fixed on her face, but on the inside, she knew Crystal would never last. There'd be no internet, no cell phone, and she wouldn't be able to wear what she liked. On top of that, her beautiful golden spirals of hair would be hidden from view under a prayer cap. No, Cherish gave her 1 month.
"And where are you staying?"
"The bishop has arranged for me to stay with the Millers on their dairy farm." With that new information, Cherish revised her previous decision. If Crystal was on the dairy farm, she'd only last a week. Wickedly, she giggled on the inside.
It should be fun for you to milk the cows. Don't say that, Cherish. Mrs. Miller told me how hard it is on the dairy farm. I might have to help out now and again with the cows, but only if need be. Most of the time, I'll be helping in the house.
Favor tapped Crystal on the shoulder and nodded at the table. They both sat down.
What made you decide to join us?
Favor asked.
I missed everyone. I missed the whole community. I even missed going to the meetings and listening to the wisdom of the bishop.
It sounded like Crystal was telling them what they wanted to hear.
So, you really intend to join the community? Cherish asked, still in some disbelief.
Crystal turned around and looked at Cherish.
I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. You know that means no makeup, no jeans. Your whole life will change, Cherish told her. Yes, I know all that. You're not going to talk me out of it, Cherish, so don't try. I'm not trying to talk you out of it. I think it's a great idea.
Crystal's eyes opened wide. You do?
I do. And I missed you, Crystal.
Crystal laughed. I don't believe that for 1 minute.
It's true. Yes, it is, Crystal,
Favor said.
Everyone missed you. Everyone in the community has been asking how you are. It's almost like you are one of us already. I will be for real, soon, in about 6 months. Firstly, I'll have to take the instructions and then I'll get baptized. The bishop told me everything I need to do.
Cherish felt like warning her that she had to get past the 6 months first. At the same time, she didn't want to sound mean. One good thing would come out of it anyway. Crystal wouldn't be doing the book and sharing her family's secrets. She couldn't do that and stay within the community. The bishop would never allow it.
Did you tell Daniel, the reporter, about coming back to our community?
I did. He thought it was funny for some reason. I can't think why.
I suppose it would be for an outsider, but you've experienced what it's like, Crystal. Don't listen to people who laugh,
Favor told her. Crystal nodded. I won't.
He's gone to New York now,
Cherish said. Crystal looked up. Who?
Daniel, the reporter? The one we were just talking about?
Oh, yes. He told me he was going there to be a realtor and make a bunch of money. It's all he cares about.
Seems you two were in contact fairly often then, Cherish inquired.
Yes, we were. I still got his phone number somewhere.
He won't be able to use your cell phone to reach you anymore, said Favor.
Yeah, I know that.
Just making sure.
I know exactly what I'll be giving up, but I'll be gaining so much more, Crystal grinned.
What was it like when you went back with your mother? Cherish asked before she turned to the sink and filled up the tea kettle with water.
I didn't fit in. The town was small and weird. I never felt like I fit in anywhere, not after Caroline died. I feel I do around here, and this has been the only place.
You do belong here. You truly do, Favor said, smiling at her.
Cherish didn't see why Favor could be so fooled by Crystal. What else did the girl need to do to show what kind of person she was? Crystal said, "Did you hear what Debbie said to Bliss?"
No, what?
Cherish asked. She said she's gotten larger, and she reminded her she used to be so slim.
That seems a bit rude. No one mentioned the dress she was wearing was an awful color.
Cherish felt bad as soon as she said that out loud. Someone could repeat that to Debbie, and then she'd feel even worse. Besides, why was she believing anything that came from Crystal's lips? The girl was an expert liar.
Forget I said that about her dress. It was mean. I think she might have meant that Bliss was bigger because she was taller than when she last saw her.
Crystal made a face. Yeah, no.
Did you hear Debbie say that, Favor?
No. Just as that confirmed Cherish's suspicions about Crystal fibbing, Wilma and Debbie walked into the room. They sat down at the table while Cherish finished getting everything ready. "Mom, Crystal is joining our community," Favor blurted out. Mom's lips pinched together as she looked at Crystal. "Is our bishop allowing it?" Chapter 3. Yes, I've spoken with the bishop, Crystal told Wilma. He said I have to live with the family for 6 months. I told him I lived here for more than 6 months, and he said I wasn't joining at the time. Favor asked, "Were you trying to get him to shorten the 6 months?" Crystal laughed. Yes. She drew a quick breath in excitement. Now I'll be staying with the Millers on their dairy farm. That's where Fairfax stayed, Mom commented. I know. I'll be helping Mrs. Miller in the household. That's what I'm hoping. Now Cherish wanted to move to her own farm all the more urgently if Crystal was going to be hanging around. It was annoying that she felt she had to leave because of Crystal, even though she was going to move to the farm anyway. It would have been nice to have a choice. Now, it seemed she only had one choice. When Cherish had put everything on the table, she sat down while everyone helped themselves. Cherish then got up again and poured the lemonade into glasses. What have you been doing with yourself lately, Cherish? Crystal asked. Cherish thought it was a little rude that no one was talking to Debbie or asking her any questions. She was the guest. Favor answered for her. She's just come back from her farm. Really? Crystal drank a mouthful of lemonade. Cherish didn't want to tell her too much. That's right. Nothing much going on there. It's just a small, boring farm. I wouldn't mind having a look at your farm sometime. Cherish poured the last glass, trying to think of an excuse whereby that would not be possible. Me too. We could both go, Crystal, Favor said. Wilma saved the day. Maybe you can both go with Cherish next time, but only if it's after your 6 months with the Millers are finished, Crystal. I'm looking forward to it, and Mrs. Miller is such a nice lady. I've talked to her on the phone already. And how's your mother, Crystal? Mom asked. Again, it was another question that could have been asked of Debbie. Everyone knew her mother was ill. No, wait. That's what the letter from Debbie's father had said. Thanks to Levi and Mom, the family thought Debbie's mother and father were separating. Crystal wound a long spiral of hair around her finger. She's fine. She didn't really want me around, though, so I don't know why I was forced to go back there. You had to go somewhere, Favor said. Yeah, I should have just stayed here. Crystal coughed as if something was caught in her throat, and then took another gulp of lemonade. Smoker's cough? Cherish asked, earning a glare from Mom. I don't know. Could be. I think I'm going to give it up. Crystal coughed again. That would be a good idea. I don't think it's very good for you, Favor said. Crystal shrugged her shoulders. A lot of things aren't good for people, and they still do them. I'll have to find a new pastime. Try cookies. Cherish munched into one. Crystal shook her head. I don't want to get fat. That's the good thing about our clothes, Debbie said. We can be any size, and it's all hidden under our dresses. Yeah, Crystal. No need to worry that you can't get your jeans done up anymore. Anyway, Cherish isn't fat, and she eats them all the time, Favor said. For breakfast sometimes. Don't tell Mom. Cherish giggled. That's not true, Cherish. Mom turned to Debbie. Cherish is the one in the family who's likely to tell you tall stories. I'm warning you now. Debbie smiled at Cherish. Really? You don't look like you'd tell tall stories. You look so sweet, Cherish. I am. Glad you noticed. Favor laughed. Wilma then said, Oh, Crystal, we'll have to get somebody to take you to Mrs. Miller's house. Isn't she expecting you? Sometime today. I didn't say when. Adam and Bliss walked in the door. You're late, Wilma said. Sit down and have something to eat. Adam, you could drive Crystal to the Miller's house. Oh, is that where you're going to be staying, Crystal? Bliss asked. Yes. Sure, Mrs. Brunner. I can take her there. You come for the ride too, Bliss. Okay, I will. Cherish noticed a glimmer of disappointment on Crystal's face when Adam suggested Bliss come with them. Had she come back for Adam? Or possibly to ruin things between Hope and Fairfax? Both were handsome men. Thank you, Adam. Sit down and eat first, Thank you, Mrs. Brunner. Enough of that formality. Just call me Wilma. I've told you this already, Adam. Or you could call me Mom, since you'll be married to Bliss at the end of the year. Cherish couldn't believe her ears.
What? Since when did this happen? Nay, Mom. It's Hope who's getting married to Fairfax at year's end.
Bliss's face turned bright red, and Adam didn't know where to look, so he reached for a cookie.
Lemonade?
Cherish asked, as she stood up to fetch 2 more glasses. Oh, silly me, Wilma laughed. I'm sorry, Adam and Bliss. I didn't mean to embarrass the 2 of you in front of our guests. Adam chuckled. It's okay. As soon as we're ready to travel along that road, we'll be sure to let you all know. Favor was quick to change the subject, telling Crystal, Our half-brother, Earl, is getting married to Miriam, and we're all going to the wedding. He brought her here so we could meet her. You just missed them. Crystal's face lit up. I could go to the wedding, couldn't I? Favor looked at her mother for an answer, and when Mom remained silent, Favor shrugged her shoulders. It's some distance away in Ohio, so I don't know. I guess it depends on the Millers. I'll ask as soon as I get there. No harm in asking. They can always say no. Cherish suddenly had another thing to add to her prayer list. It would be awful going somewhere with Crystal. Or was God teaching her to be tolerant? If so, it would be a hard lesson to learn. Crystal continued dominating the conversation. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll be pleased to meet Earl and the lovely young lady he's marrying. Her name's Miriam, and she is lovely, Favor told her. Cherish held her breath, hoping her mother wouldn't make a comment about Miriam's age. She expected Mom to say, She might be lovely, but she's not young. Chapter 4. Fortunately, Wilma kept quiet, and that was most likely so Debbie wouldn't think poorly of her for talking behind Miriam's back. It's funny that Debbie and I came here at the exact same time. Debbie told me she decided to come a day early. Crystal flipped her hair over her shoulder. There we were, both with our hands on the door of the taxi at the exact same time. We looked at each other, and I saw her Amish clothes. I said, Where are you going? Debbie continued the story. I said, I'm going to stay with my friends in Lancaster County on their apple orchard. I don't even know what made me add that bit about the apple orchard. Crystal laughed. Then I said, Not the Baker apple orchard. And her face went funny and she said, Yes. Then I said, That's where I'm going. It was close to where I was going at any rate. After we got settled into the taxi, Crystal told me the whole story of how she came to stay here the first time. The whole story? Cherish wondered just how much Crystal would reveal to a perfect stranger. Crystal frowned at Cherish. That's right. I'm not proud of what I did. I've repented, and I believe I have been forgiven. I have nothing to hide. Not anymore. It can't have been easy for you to tell the truth after so long, Crystal. I admire you for that, Debbie said. Cherish couldn't help being annoyed with Debbie. Why admire Crystal for anything? All she'd done was cause everyone a whole heap of trouble. And Crystal had personally caused Cherish a lot of stress. Mom turned to face Debbie, who was sitting opposite. Why did you come earlier than expected? What Mom really wanted to know was, why weren't you polite enough to tell us your plans had changed? I couldn't wait to come, that's why. I hope that's all right. That's fine, right, Mom? Bliss didn't wait for her stepmother to respond before saying, We've had your room ready and waiting for days. Cherish was reminded to get to the bottom of things since the letter Debbie's parents sent Levi held a different story from what they'd been told. That could wait. For now, she was trying to work out whether she liked Debbie or not. From his cage in the corner, Timmy squawked loudly. Everyone looked over at him, and Cherish cringed, waiting to be told off for not keeping him quiet. This time, Wilma said nothing. Debbie left her chair and walked over to him. That's Cherish's bird, Favor said. Debbie leaned over and peered at him. I have a budgie back home. Do you really? Cherish hurried over, excited their new house guest was a fellow bird owner.
Yes, my bird's green. What's his name? Cherish asked. Sweetie, you should have brought him with you, and maybe Sweetie and Timmy would have gotten along.
Debbie laughed. But what if they didn't?
I'm sure they would have. I think Timmy's lonely. That's what Miriam says, and she has lots of birds.
Timmy, that's a funny name for a bird. Cherish shot back.
So is Sweetie.
Not really. Debbie shook her head. Timmy is a person's name. It's weird when pets have people's names. That's what I think. It's like having a dog called Peter or a cat called Mary. It just doesn't work. Anger rose within Cherish. Dagmar had named Timmy, and why was Timmy a funny name and Sweetie wasn't? Debbie made no sense at all. Now she could see why Bliss hadn't been thrilled about her coming to stay. Cherish, the kettle has boiled. Time to make some drinks. Who wants hot tea and who wants coffee? Wilma asked. Cherish walked away from Debbie without saying another word. It was just as well her mother had diverted her attention, or she would have said something she couldn't take back. A few minutes later, when everyone was still eating in the kitchen, Levi walked into the room, scratching his head. Where have you been? Wilma asked him. Having a nap. Debbie's here. He looked over, and Debbie jumped up and gave her uncle a kiss on his cheek. Welcome, Debbie. You look well. Thank you. She sat down, and then Levi's gaze traveled to Crystal, and his eyes opened wide. Hello, Mr. Brunner. Crystal waved at him. Crystal? He frowned. Is that you? She laughed. It is. Favor jumped up. We have great news. Crystal is joining our community. His eyebrows rose. She is. Wilma stood and pulled out a chair for Levi. Sit down and we'll tell you all about it. Levi did as he was told. A lot happened in the time I took a nap.
That's one of the reasons I never take a nap,
Cherish said. Levi smiled. You might when you get to my age. Then he frowned, looking at Crystal. Are you meant to be staying with us, Crystal?
No, I'm not. But I could always see if I could be shifted from the Miller's house to stay here.
Cherish held her breath, willing Levi to say no. He ran his hand over his beard. Ah, you're going to the Miller's house? That's best. Crystal looked disappointed. Why is that? She asked. Levi explained. Because you've already experienced what it's like at our house. Cherish was impressed with his fast thinking.
I know, but I had no thoughts of joining your community when I was here last time.
Still, it'll do you good to see how another household runs.
I guess so.
Levi was so convincing that Cherish nearly believed him.
Tea or coffee, Levi? Cherish asked.
I think I might have a glass of lemonade today. Cherish got up and poured him a glass. When she had passed it to him, she sat down again. Wilma told Levi, Adam and Bliss are taking Crystal to the Millers shortly. That's good. Danke, Adam. Can't have the Millers thinking we've stolen you away from them. Levi chuckled.
I'm so glad to be back. I missed everyone so much. I think I'll be quite happy here in the community. Everyone's so friendly all the time.
Cherish wondered if she included her in that. Probably not. Crystal would eventually have to get some work so she could support herself. Or had she come back because she knew a family would take her in if she had no money? Debbie, have you settled in yet? Levi asked. Mom scowled. Levi, she's only just arrived. How could she have settled in already?
I do feel at home, Uncle Levi. Wilma and the girls have been so welcoming.
Adam cleared his throat in an exaggerated manner, causing Debbie to look over at him. Everyone laughed, including Debbie.
And Adam's been welcoming too. I can't leave him out. Sorry, I didn't mean to overlook you, Adam.
Story of my life. Don't worry about it.
How long are you staying? Crystal asked Debbie.
Debbie looked down at the table.
I'm not sure. It depends how things are at home.
It will be busy at harvest, Levi said. We're hoping you'll be around for that.
I'd love to help out. It's the best time of year, Cherish told her. Full of excitement, fun, and lots of cookouts.
It sounds good. Debbie looked a little happier. We can use all the pairs of hands we can get, can't we, Wilma? Levi asked. Oh, yes. We do need a lot of workers. Chapter 5. The next morning, Cherish was up early so she could get Florence alone and tell her about Debbie, and about Crystal arriving unexpectedly. She'd also been wanting to ask Florence her opinion about the curiously conflicting stories surrounding their new guest and Mother's helper. Cherish walked through the orchard and waited at the fence between the two properties. When she saw Florence leave the house and start walking her way, she slipped through the wire fence and ran to her. When Florence saw her, she stopped still. What are you doing? You're normally the last to start work. What's going on? Cherish stood in front of her.
You know about Debbie?
Yes. Wilma said she'll be staying with you and she's arriving today.
No, she's not. Because she came a day early. She's already here.
Oh, what's she like? They walked on.
Well, I don't know if she's all that agreeable, and Bliss didn't seem that happy she was coming. It was like the two of them had had a falling out. That's the way Bliss was acting. You know Bliss. She'd never say anything bad about someone.
Florence laughed. Unlike you.
Yeah, well, I just tell it like it is. I don't see anything wrong with that. I'm not being mean.
You're right about Bliss. She wouldn't say anything because it's not nice to talk about people behind their backs.
I guess, but it's not really talking behind anyone's back if she's just telling us what she's like, giving us her opinion.
Why the rush to tell me all this right now? I know you have a reason. You always have a reason for what you do.
Now, don't judge me when I say this.
Florence stopped walking and folded her arms. What have you done now?
Nothing. I just happened to read the letter from Debbie's father that he sent to Levi and Mom. He wanted her to stay with us, and it wasn't because they were separating, like Levi and Mom told us. The letter said it was because Debbie's mother is sick and she's staying at her sister's.
Okay. Florence walked a bit further and held the fence wires apart for Cherish to get through. Then Cherish did the same for Florence. Thank you, Florence said when she was on the other side. So what are you saying? Cherish continued walking.
Don't you see there are two different stories? Levi and Mom lied to us.
Did they? From what you say, the mother is staying with the sister, so they are living separately for the moment.
Yes, but not separated, as in nearly getting a divorce.
I just think you're looking to make a big deal out of something. You're looking for drama where it doesn't exist. Cherish looked down at the ground.
I don't want to be doing that.
Well then, don't do it.
But am I doing that? Or is there more to it? I'm probably not saying it properly, but the letter was very different. If Debbie's mother is sick, why wouldn't Debbie look after her at home? Why would the mother need to go to her sister's house?
Probably for a reason that we don't know.
Exactly what I'm saying. Things are not adding up. All I can think is that they don't want Debbie around. They are even paying for her not to be around.
What are you talking about?
Debbie's father is giving Levi and Mom $100 a week for her upkeep. Not a month, a week.
That is good of them. They must know things are tough for Levi and Mom.
I thought Levi owned houses and lends money to people. He owns the house Joy's living in.
Yes, that's true. He's loaned money to folks who haven't paid him back, and there's not much he can do about it.
Oh, I didn't know that. I feel sorry for him then. That's not nice. That means he's only got the orchard money and the money from renting out his houses. That wouldn't be much. Joy and Isaac are living in theirs for free at the moment.
I'm not sure I know the full story, but it does happen within the community sometimes. Some people are overgenerous.
I'll have to be nicer to Levi since he's like that. Cherish, that's awful. What? Oh, I see. You think I want something. No, I just mean I'll be nice to him because I feel sorry for him.
Florence laughed. I see. I thought you meant it the other way. I'm sure he'll be happy about you being nice to him.
I usually am, but I don't have much to do with him. I only talk to him if I'm asking him for something. He has been good to me in the last few months.
Anyway, don't worry. You can't judge things just by one letter. Maybe everything you heard is true. Maybe Debbie couldn't look after her mother for a very good reason. They could have sent her here to get her away from some questionable boy or something. Debbie's father wouldn't want to reveal that in a letter.
I don't know. She doesn't seem to be like someone who's pining over a boy. I've seen enough tears with my sisters. Debbie is not heartbroken.
You really should stop reading other people's mail. It's an invasion of their privacy. Cherish had been wondering when Florence would get around to giving her a lecture.
I didn't mean to. The letter was just there in front of me.
In front of you where?
On the dresser.
Whose dresser?
Levi and Mom's?
Florence shook her head. I thought as much.
Don't be mad, Florence. I just had to find out about Debbie. After everything we've been through with Crystal, we didn't need another stranger in the house. And don't say she's not a stranger just because she's Bliss's cousin. She's a stranger to us.
Give the girl a chance.
I'll try.
I'll meet Debbie today. I'm sure she's a lovely girl. Will she be working in the orchard?
No, she's come to be Mom's little helper. That's the other thing. If Mom hadn't been whining to Debbie's mother about all the work she had to do, they probably wouldn't have sent Debbie here. I'm sure they think they're doing Mom and Levi a favor.
Florence put her arm around her. Look on the bright side. Another person doing chores means less work for you.
I know. I've already considered that. It does cheer me up a little. Oh, Florence, I haven't even told you about Crystal.
Crystal? What's she done now?
Well, for starters, she showed up out of the blue.
Cherish spent the next few minutes giving her an update on the Crystal situation. When they got to the house, Cherish introduced Florence to Debbie. Chapter 6. Cherish got up early on Monday morning to talk to her mother about meeting the lawyer. The arrangements were already made, but if Mom said no, she'd have to call and tell him she couldn't come. That would be embarrassing. If he asked why, she'd have to say her mother wouldn't allow it. She'd feel like a 5-year-old. It was extremely early in the morning, but Cherish heard noises coming from the kitchen. Mom often woke before the rest of the household. Cherish exchanged her nightgown for her best dress in the hopes that she'd be allowed to go. With her hands, she smoothed down the front of the soft violet-colored dress and then put on her apron. Next, she pulled a brush through her hair, sectioned it, braided it, pinned it, and then put on her white prayer cap. Lastly, it was time for her black stockings and shoes.
Wake up, Carmel.
Carmel opened his eyes and his head shot up.
Outside.
She walked to the door and Carmel jumped off the bed and followed her as she walked down the stairs. Then she opened the front door and let him out. As she closed the door, she heard voices coming from the kitchen. This wasn't good. She preferred to talk to her mother alone. When she walked into the kitchen, she saw a tired-looking Debbie hanging onto a mug. A coffee pitcher stood in front of her, and Mom was at the counter rolling out pastry. It wasn't the best scenario to have to talk in front of Debbie, but at this point, Cherish had no choice.
Mom, I need to meet that lawyer at 2 this afternoon. I want to thank him for all that he did.
Just call him up and thank him. Why do you have to meet him? Mom asked.
To give him the apple goods. I said I'd meet him there. It was arranged last week.
Why do you need a lawyer, Cherish? Debbie asked.
I don't, but I met him and he offered to help with something. He did help without me asking, and now I am thanking him.
Cherish was glad Debbie didn't ask more.
So you see, Mom, it was this lawyer writing the letter that helped us out of our problem. He didn't have to do that. Those 2 letters he wrote were worth $200. That's what he'd quoted me for them.
That's where you're wrong. Her mother shook the rolling pin at her, sending a dusting of flour into the air. Cherish stepped back and brushed flour dust off her good clothes. What do you mean? I'm wrong. It wouldn't have cost us anything, because we wouldn't have done it. If you wanted to do it, it would have cost you $200, not me and not Levi. Cherish grimaced.
I think we're splitting hairs there.
No, we're not. What I'm talking about is a fact.
Mom set the rolling pin down on the counter. Anyway, it all turned out well, didn't it? Crystal is not going to write anything because she's joining us now. It would be silly if she did, wouldn't it?
I guess you're right, as long as she keeps her mouth shut. Again, Cherish wished they weren't having this conversation in front of Debbie. She'd surely want to know more.
She won't say anything. She has kept quiet up until now, but I know for a fact she was going to write about it.
Mom rolled her eyes. There's always something going on with you. There's never a quiet existence with you around.
And Daniel Whitcomb got that good job, Cherish added, so we don't have to worry about him anymore.
Didn't you say your farm manager got him that job? If that's the case, it wasn't the lawyer. Cherish put her finger up to her mouth.
Shh! No one is supposed to know Malachi got him the job. I told you that's a secret. Daniel thinks he got that job himself, and I don't want him to know anything else.
Debbie took a mouthful of coffee, quietly watching the exchange between Wilma and Cherish. I'm not going to tell him, said Mom. I've only met Daniel once, when he came here to interview Levi, and what a dreadful article he put in the paper. Cherish recalled how he had written something about the attractive baker girls.
I know, but we got a lot more customers out of it. Our shop had never been so busy.
It doesn't make up for it, Mom said. Cherish stared at Debbie, who then said,
I'm not saying anything. I don't even know what all this is about.
That's best, Debbie, Wilma told her. Cherish stepped closer to her mother.
I know you won't tell Daniel directly, but some people around here have big ears. And if it gets back to Crystal, she might tell him. She's got his number so she could easily contact him.
Not anymore, surely. Why would she be in contact with an outsider?
She might not, you're right. There wouldn't be much point if she's changing her life and all.
Cherish breathed out heavily. Crystal staying with us was good for her. That pleases me. If we can change just one person's life for the better, it's all been worth it.
I guess so. I think she seems a bit different already. A bit nicer.
She was always a nice girl, Cherish, Mom said. That's why we were happy to allow her to stay as long as she did. Cherish didn't say anything. It wasn't worth the aggravation to contradict Mom's ignorance about Crystal. Neither did she want all her future conversations to involve Crystal.
So, can I go?
Go where? Mom asked.
To town, to meet the lawyer today.
Oh, that.
I want to take him a package of things because of the money he saved us.
Wilma let out a dramatic sigh. Okay, Cherish, but I hope you're not embroidering this story. I hope it's just as you say.
Thank you, ma'am. It is. You can trust me.
This is the very last time you'll get out of work. Do you hear me? The last. Wilma picked up the rolling pin, heaved a sigh, and returned to rolling out the pastry dough.
Got it. The very last time.
It's not fair to the others that they have to make up for you getting out of work all the time. Good thing they don't have so many excuses.
Danke again, Mom. She rushed to her mother and wrapped her arms around her. Then she jumped back when she remembered she was trying to keep her clothes nice. What's that you're making?
Pie crust for more apple pies. And then later, Debbie and I will be making peanut butter cookies.
Cherish made a face. They're not a favorite of mine.
Not everything is about you. Most of the people in this house do enjoy peanut butter cookies.
I do,
added Debbie. Cherish ignored her and kept speaking to her mother.
Yes, but doesn't everyone like chocolate cookies?
No, they're too sweet. You're the only one who likes them so much.
Next time, can you make chocolate? Cherish asked.
I suppose I could, but only if you don't compare them to Ada's chocolate cookies.
I won't, I promise.
Debbie walked out of the room. Cherish was annoyed she hadn't gone earlier. What time are you going? Mom asked.
I wrote it down. I'll have to have a look. I think I had to be there at about 11 o'clock, or maybe it was 2.
So it's not a wasted trip into town. I'll give you a list of items I want you to get from Marilyn at the handicraft supply store.
Sure. I love going there and seeing all the new things they've got. And will you tell Florence that I won't be able to work?
I'll have the girls do that.
You could always send your little helper to do it.
What little helper?
Our new guest. Isn't that the reason she's here? To be your helper.
Cherish reminded herself to get to the bottom of exactly why Debbie was here. Mom looked around and seeing Debbie was nowhere about, whispered, You know very well why she's here. This isn't going to be a problem, is it? Another problem? Just get along with everyone, Cherish, and your life will be better for it.
I do get along with everybody. Everybody loves me.
Yeah, in small doses. Cherish ignored her mother's mean comment and grabbed a basket from the utility room. Then she looked over the shelves, figuring out what the lawyer might like. She called out to Mom.
I'm going to take some applesauce and some apple butter. Also, I said I'd bring him an apple pie.
Mom replied from the kitchen. That's fine, Cherish. Just take him everything we were going to sell in the shop. I'll have the girls load the buggy for you. Cherish laughed at her mother's sarcasm.
We have plenty. I'm just taking him a basketful.
You keep giving our things away.
Cast your bread upon many waters, and it will come back to you tenfold.
Cherish then heard Mom say, That's the only time you remember scriptures, when you're trying to make a point. Cherish kept filling the basket, adding a bag of dried apple slices and a container of homemade caramel for dipping them into.
I just like the wisdom in the Bible. There's something for every situation. Some call it the Book of Life.
Cherish figured she should be scoring some points with her mother right now. She had to do something to make up for all the grief she'd caused her over the years. With basket in hand, Cherish walked out the door of the utility room and back into the kitchen. Favor walked in, yawning.
Would I be able to go see Crystal today, please, Mom?
No, we are already one person down.
Is someone sick?
Favor asked. Your Shvesta has decided she needs to meet with a lawyer to pay him back for some letters he wrote, or something or other. I still can't quite make head nor tail of what she said. Favor frowned at Cherish, who was arranging the goods in the basket.
Cherish, you knew I wanted to see Crystal today. I'm sorry, but this has been arranged for about a week. Don't go trying to make me feel bad about it. I certainly had no idea she was coming back here.
Favor sat down.
Mom, may Crystal come to the wedding with us?
Certainly not. We'll have to decide those of us who are staying and those of us who are going. Someone will have to stay behind. Levi is not well enough to travel anywhere, so he'll need someone to be here with him.
Why can't he go?
Favor asked. He just can't. That's what his doctor said. He can't do any traveling, and Levi finds traveling stressful anyway.
That's right. Florence and Carter will be going to the wedding, so I guess someone will have to stay here to manage the orchard.
Cherish hoped it wouldn't be her. Mom nodded as she pressed the pastry into a glass pie dish. Yes, someone besides Levi, because he can't be expected to do everything. Someone will have to stay here and cook for Levi. And I don't think it should be me, since I'm the closest thing to a mother Earl has.
I don't think Joy is going. Maybe she could stay here while we are gone and look after Levi. Isaac can move in too.
That makes sense, said Favor. I can't ask that of her. She already feels left out. I don't think she'll feel good about us taking advantage of her.
It's not taking advantage if she's not going. She'll be doing us a good turn. We'd help her out if she needed it,
Cherish said. I said no. I don't think we can ask Joy anything at the moment. She's already upset over so many things. Thinks she's left out and not important since she's the middle child. Don't either of you tell her I said so.
But she's got her own family now.
I know that, Mom said. You're the youngest, so that's why you don't understand. She said the youngest gets the attention and the oldest does too. Cherish had no idea her sister felt that way. This was the first time she'd heard it. Then she wondered if she should offer to stay and look after Levi. But Earl and Miriam needed her support, especially if Mom and Ada were going to start saying mean things about Miriam being too old for Earl again. The last thing Miriam needed to hear moments before her wedding was that she's too old to have babies and Earl needed a younger bride.
You always get to do what you want, Cherish. I know how Joy feels.
Favor pouted. Chapter 7. At 2 in the afternoon, Cherish slid into the same booth at the cafe shop where she'd sat to meet the lawyer last time. She was a whole 15 minutes early, and she hoped he wouldn't be late, like the last time they'd met there. She'd spent the morning in town, mostly looking around the handicraft store, seeing what new things they had. She decided not to do her mother's shopping until after the meeting. The girls had often talked about doing a family quilt, but they never got around to it. They'd had the idea of making one for Hope's wedding, but that was at the end of the year. With the harvest coming before that, they wouldn't have time to make one for Hope, unless they gave it to her after the wedding. Better late than never. With Joy feeling left out, perhaps it was a bad idea to give Hope their first family quilt. They'd have to give it to Joy. Yes, she'd suggest that to the others. It was a good idea, and she was certain her mother would go along with it. Talking to her mother about chocolate cookies this morning had caused Cherish to crave something chocolate. She picked up one of the menus and looked for some kind of chocolate delight. Her gaze stalled on the chocolate lava cake, and she felt her mouth start to water. You waiting on anyone? Cherish looked up to see the waitress. No, I am, but I'm early, and last time he was late, so I'll order something now if that's okay. She cleared her throat, embarrassed about nearly telling her whole life story. It was something her mother would do. I'll have a piece of the chocolate lava cake and a double chocolate milkshake, please. That's it? Yes. 5 minutes later, Cherish was enjoying her cake and drink. Every now and again, she stopped eating and wiped crumbs off her mouth. She didn't want a messy face when she saw her new lawyer friend. 25 minutes after the arranged time, Travis Johnson walked in the door. He looked over and smiled. Shyness caused her to look away when she noticed how good he looked in his dark gray suit as he sat in front of her. I'm so sorry I'm late. If you had a cell phone, I could have called and told you I was running late. I know, it's okay. If I had a cell phone, I'd have nowhere to charge it. Anyway, I was occupied by cake. He looked down at the empty plate. Seems you enjoyed it. Very much. Stay still a minute. He reached forward and brushed some crumbs off her cheek. That's better. She couldn't help laughing at herself. I missed those. All gone now? Yes. She reached down and pulled up the basket of goodies. Here, Mr. Johnson, these are for you. She moved them along the table toward him. They're a thank you. He chuckled. Please, Travis is fine. He looked in the basket. All this is for me? Yes, you said you'd take your fee in apples. I know, but that was just a joke. I didn't really mean it. I didn't expect all this. I appreciated it, and you deserve it. This is way too much. The waitress walked over. What'll you be having? An egg salad sandwich and a coffee, black. Sure, that's it? Yes, and I'll take both checks, please. When the waitress left, he asked, What is happening? Are there any updates? Oh, there sure is. Do you remember that girl I told you about who was writing the book? Yes, Crystal. I wrote her a letter, too. Cherish realized at that moment that Crystal hadn't mentioned a letter from a lawyer. Yes, she came back, and now she says she wants to join our community. Travis frowned. That's wonderful, isn't it? I suppose it is in one way, but not in another.
Depends how you look at it. She's staying with a nearby family for 6 months. That's one of those things people have to do. Personally, I think 6 months is too long because she already knows what it's like to live our life. But there's no arguing with the bishop.
I guess that means she won't be writing the story then.
Cherish couldn't keep the smile from her face. She won't be writing anything.
That worked out well.
It did. And thank you for being so kind, for everything you did for me and my family.
All in a day's work.
Well, you better start charging for all that you do. I hope you don't charge all of your clients nothing. You can't live on thin air.
I'm just starting. I had to build up a client base. I didn't have much happening in the way of work, so it didn't hurt me to help you.
I already told you on the phone about Daniel Whitcomb, didn't I?
You did. I'm glad he's out of the picture. Who would have thought he'd change jobs and make the big move to New York City?
I know. She grinned, thinking about Malachi and how he'd somehow gotten Daniel that job.
The waitress brought his food and coffee to him. Chapter 8.
Tell me something about yourself, Cherish said to Travis.
He took a sip of coffee. There's not really much to tell. I love my work and it keeps me busy.
You don't seem busy.
Picking up his sandwich, he said, Looking for work keeps me busy. That's what I meant. As you pointed out, I can't live on thin air. There's only so much pro bono work I can do. I need some paying jobs. As he ate his sandwich, she couldn't help comparing him to Malachi. The two of them couldn't be more different. Malachi was scruffy and spoke dreadfully. The man in front of her spoke beautifully. He was always so neat, so well dressed in his expensive suits and shirts. Even his shoes were always shiny and highly polished.
If I ever hear of someone needing a lawyer, I'll tell them to come to you.
Thank you, Cherish. That would be good. And thank you for these goodies.
You're welcome. I made the basket, too.
He looked down at it. You did? You made this?
Yes, I did.
Impressive. I'll bring it back next time I'm passing the apple orchard.
No, keep it.
Can I?
Of course you can.
Then she was upset with herself. She only had 2 baskets that Dagmar had helped her make, but at least he liked it. Cherish sat in silence while he finished off his food. He glanced at his wristwatch and signaled the waitress for their checks. I'm sorry, I'll have to go.
Yes, I should go too.
Well, I might see you around. I'll walk you to your buggy.
Thank you.
He settled up with the waitress and then waited for Cherish to slide out of the booth. She led the way to the door and he reached around to hold it open for her. Her buggy wasn't too far away. When they reached it, she faced him.
Thanks for lunch.
My pleasure. Although you didn't eat much. Maybe you will next time. He gave her a wink. She stood at her buggy, watching him walk away with the basket looped over one arm. Would this be the last time she ever saw him? He was such a nice man, so thoughtful and kind. If only she hadn't told him to keep the basket. If he'd had to return it, she would have seen him again. When he'd gone around the corner, she climbed into the buggy.
How will I eat more next time if there isn't going to be a next time? He didn't ask me,
Cherish grumbled to herself. The horse turned his head and gave her a curious look.
Back to the handicraft supply, and this time I'll have to buy those things for Mom.
She clicked her tongue to move her horse forward. Chapter 9. Cherish arrived home to see Ada and Samuel's buggy in the yard. It wasn't a surprise, as Ada was so often there. When Cherish walked into the kitchen, she heard Mom say, So you see, Ada, we don't know what we're going to do with Levi. Maybe I'll have to stay home. That's what I'll have to do. I can't go. Oh, Earl's father would be devastated that I can't be there. Yeah, he'd groan from his grave about it, Ada agreed. Someone close to Earl should be at the wedding for him, and that's got to be you, Wilma. Nay, you'll have to go. You must. There's got to be someone who'll look after Levi. What about one of the girls? Mom pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed at her eyes. Cherish knew what they were doing. They were both looking at her out of the corners of their eyes. Instead of fighting it, she decided to go along with it. She placed the bag of newly bought woolen yarn Wilma had wanted on the table. "You go, Mom. I'll stay home and look after Levi." Ada's mouth fell open. "Cherish, you're surprising. You're growing up into a thoughtless human being."
"Thoughtless?"
Cherish squawked as she pointed to Mom.
"She wants me to stay."
Ada laughed. "I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant thoughtful."
"That's better. Yes, I am a thoughtful person. I'm glad you finally noticed."
"I did." Ada looked pleased with herself.
"Why did you call me a bean?"
Cherish asked. Ada frowned. "A bean? I didn't say you were a bean." Cherish sat between Ada and Mom.
"You said I was a human being."
"Nay, a human being is what she said." Mom overpronounced the misunderstood word as she tucked her perfectly dry handkerchief back into her sleeve.
"Okay, I get it. But that's a little odd to my ears."
Cherish shrugged her shoulders.
"I've never heard anyone say that before. It must be a thing that old people say."
"Thank you for getting my supplies. Did they have everything I wanted?" Mom asked as she pulled the paper bag toward herself.
"Yeah, they did. Your change is in the bag."
"Would you really stay home with Levi?" Wilma asked Cherish.
"Of course I would. It would be a bit silly if I offered and then didn't stay, wouldn't it?"
Her mother was making this difficult to back out of later. Ada lifted her chin. "How is it that you're always here when all the other girls are out working?"
"I had a meeting with somebody today."
Ada leaned forward. "A meeting? That sounds highly important." Ada then laughed loudly. "Oh, Cherish, you always have genuine-sounding reasons to get out of work. I don't know where you come up with all your ideas."
"I met up with the lawyer. He just sorted out a few problems for me. It's no big deal, but it was already arranged, so I had to keep the appointment."
Ada raised her hands in the air. "I won't even ask what that's about." "Best not to," Mom said. "The less we know what's going on in Cherish's world, the better off we'll be." Ada and Mom cackled like a couple of old hens. Then Ada slammed her hand on the table, making Cherish jump. "I've got it. Samuel can stay here with Levi, and that way everyone can come." Cherish stayed still and held her breath. It would be wonderful if Mom agreed. She so wanted to go to Earl's wedding, even if that meant she had to travel with Ada. "And Debbie can come too," Wilma added. Cherish bit her tongue. Why was it suddenly so vital that Debbie go? Debbie didn't even know Earl or Miriam. She was there to help out, so why didn't she help out by staying here and looking after her uncle? It made sense to Cherish. "Will Samuel mind staying?" Wilma asked. Ada responded. "Someone's got to do it." Mom's pursed mouth moved from side to side. It was something she did while she was thinking. "Levi will need someone to look after him and cook for him. Can Samuel do that?" "No, but he can light a stove and I'll cook up food for the two of them for the week. We'll only be gone a week, yeah?" "That's right, that's all. Just a week, including our traveling days. And we can bake bread and slice it. It will keep fresh for a good part of that time."
"I think they can slice their own bread," Cherish said.
"I'm sure they could. What do you think, Wilma? That way we could all go. Everyone except Levi."
"And Samuel," Cherish added. "You forgot your own husband, Ada."
Ada frowned at Cherish. "I'm not counting him." Cherish kept quiet. Ada didn't want to admit she forgot to name Samuel. "We have to see if the two of them are okay with the idea." Mom looked in her bag and then put it back in the center of the table. "I'm sure Samuel will be fine with it. I'll just explain that it's been a long time since you've been anywhere, Wilma. I'm sure he won't mind staying here with his best friend." Mom's eyes twinkled. "That would be wunderbar if we could all go together."
"Where would we stay?" asked Cherish.
Why don't you give Earl a call, Cherish, and see if he can arrange somewhere for us to stay? Ada suggested. Okay, I'll just have to add up how many of us we are. Mom counted on her fingers. The three of us, Hope, Favor, Debbie, Bliss, that's 7. What about Joy and Isaac? Cherish asked. I doubt they'd go. Ada said, if they do, they can make their own arrangements. Oh, yeah, I guess so, Cherish said. And Florence and Carter are definitely going. I don't know where they'll stay. Ada waved her hand through the air. I suspect they'd stay in some grand hotel or something. Yeah, they've got the money to stay in the grandest and poshest place, Mom said. Ada scowled. And we won't be staying with them anyway, so why did you mention them, Cherish? I'm just talking about our family. The more I think about it, the more I'm sure Joy and Isaac will stay here. Joy never goes anywhere anymore. She just stays home with the baby. Don't say the baby, Cherish. She has a name. Use it. Okay. Mom added, Joy acts like it's a lot of work to care for Faith. It seems like a lot, Cherish said. It's a never-ceasing job, night and day. You have to be there when they cry and figure out what they want. And then there are the diapers. Cherish trembled. Ada laughed. Just wait until she has 6 children. Then she'll know what work is. 1 is nothing. I'll talk with Joy, Cherish suggested. I could help look after Faith if they go. Mom shook her head. Nay, leave it up to them, Cherish. I wouldn't go suggesting anything. If they want to go, then they'll go. I am leaving it up to them. Cherish noticed Ada was glaring at her. What? What have I done now? Your mother just asked you to call Earl about accommodation. Off you go and do it. Cherish was fairly certain Ada had suggested it, but she wasn't brave enough to point that out. Okay, I'm asking him to arrange for us all to stay with someone. Is that right? The whole 7 of us? We'll be split up. Some of us will have to stay with this family and some with that family? Yes, if there are no family or community members we can stay with, he can find us inexpensive accommodation close by. Oh, that would be fun, said Cherish. It would be wonderful if we could all stay together in one place instead of having to go to different places. I'm too shy sometimes and so awkward around new people. She expected them to be surprised she felt like that sometimes, but they didn't care. When neither commented, Cherish took the hint and headed outside. She walked into the barn and made her way to the telephone. She thumbed through the address book until she found Earl's work number. After she blew off the dust that had gathered on the phone, she dialed the number. When Earl answered, she was relieved it wasn't the receptionist. Hi, Earl. It's Cherish. Nice to hear from you. How have you been? Good. What can I do for you? It's more like what you can do for the family. We heard you brought the wedding forward. Florence told us. Yes, we did. I asked Florence to let you all know. Cherish took a deep breath, knowing he wouldn't be pleased with what she was about to say. Everyone has decided to come to the wedding. There was a pause. Who's everyone? Everyone except Samuel and Levi. I'm not sure about Joy and Isaac. Anyway, Ada is arranging for Samuel to stay behind with Levi. Oh, so Ada's coming too? Yeah. I see. Thanks for the warning. I mean, the news. Earl chuckled. They want you to find accommodation for us, or somewhere where we can all stay together. With the short notice, there's no room left with families. They're all full up with guests. There is a bed and breakfast close by. When I inquired yesterday, they had 3 rooms left. Shall I see? Yes. Please book the 3 rooms before someone else does. How many of you are coming? 7. Me, Mom, Ada, Favor, Bliss, Hope, and Debbie. Debbie is Bliss's cousin. She's staying with us for a while. I'm so pleased you're coming, Cherish. Miriam will be pleased too. I told you I'd come to your wedding. I wouldn't miss it, unless I had to for some reason. I know you said you would, but when we brought the date forward, I wasn't sure you'd be able to come. You should have seen Mom's reaction to you changing the wedding date. Cherish laughed. What did she say? Can't you guess? Cherish asked. I'd say she would have been pretty shocked, especially when she didn't want the wedding to go ahead at all.
Mom was disappointed that you didn't tell them. They were the last to know.
It's funny, when I ask you about Wilma, you say they.
I know, because I'm including Ada. She was at the house when Florence came to tell us. They were both shocked.
I bet they were. She could tell Earl didn't want Ada and Wilma to come to the wedding.
Do you want me to try to talk them out of coming?
No, you can't do that. If they want to come, that's a start, I suppose.
A start?
A start to mending the relationship.
You're hopeful.
There's always hope, Cherish, no matter what. Carmel walked up to Cherish and licked her hand. Cherish patted him and he sat down next to her.
You can have hope if you want, but I just want you to be able to relax at your own wedding.
I will. I'll not let anything get in the way of that.
Good.
What's new with you, Cherish?
Do you have time for me to tell you?
I've got a few minutes. She gave him a full update on the Crystal situation and also the situation with Daniel. I'm happy things turned out well. It sounds like you have a lot of people on your side.
It seemed to work out well. I don't trust Crystal, but I'm hoping she'll be okay now that she's joining the community. Surely she'll change. Yeah, she'll have to. She'll never be a close friend. At least she won't be an enemy.
I should go now, Cherish. I'll put a hole in those rooms, okay?
Yes, please. I guess we'll need to put down some kind of a deposit or something?
No need. Just go to Miriam's house when you get here, and she'll direct you to the bed and breakfast. It's not far from her place.
Cherish picked up a pen. Give me your address and I'll write it down now.
He gave it to her and she scribbled it into the address book. As she was doing so, she hoped she would remember to take it with her when they left on the journey.
That's great. Thanks. And say hello to Miriam for me.
I will. Bye, Cherish.
I'll see you soon.
Cherish hung up the phone's receiver, pleased they were going to the wedding, and delighted to be staying at a B&B instead of at someone's place. Chapter 10. Cherish sat down at the table between her mother and Ada.
Great news! There's no room left in anyone's house.
How's that good news? Ada asked.
Let me finish.
You do take a while to get to the point, Cherish, Mom said as she leaned over and straightened Cherish's cap.
There are 3 bedrooms left at a bed and breakfast close to Miriam's house.
We'll take them, Ada said.
Yeah, I told him that, and he's booking them for us. He said to go directly to Miriam's house when we arrive, and she'll tell us where to go. It's not far from where she lives.
Mom and Ada smiled at each other. See, Wilma, he is pleased you are going to the wedding. I know. It sounds like he is, and to think I nearly didn't go. He must appreciate our advice, even though he didn't take it. Cherish took a cookie off the plate in front of her.
I'm not so sure. If he was pleased, wouldn't he have taken your advice? Unwanted and not taken advice is rarely appreciated in my experience.
Ada pursed her lips. When you're our age, you might have some useful experience. Then we might listen. Mom laughed. Or we might not. Cherish bit into the cookie. She wasn't great at math, but she knew both Ada and Mom probably wouldn't be around by the time she was their age. Best she keep that thought to herself. Levi walked into the room and everybody stared at him. He stopped still and looked down at himself. What have I done? You haven't done anything, Wilma said. Something is going on. He pulled out a chair and sat opposite the 3 of them. Cherish was still sandwiched between Ada and Mom. What is it, Wilma? Levi asked. The only thing that is going on is that we've arranged for someone to stay with you while we all go to Earl's wedding. I don't need anybody staying with me. I'm a grown man. I'm not an invalid. I don't need a nursemaid. This person isn't a nursemaid, though, Ada said. Cherish added, You'll think it's a good idea, Levi. Is that so? Who is this person? It's Samuel, Ada said. I don't need Samuel staying with me. He can go to the wedding. I'll be perfectly fine. He looked at Wilma. I don't know where you get these ideas from. You should talk to me before you start making these decisions. It's just that if I leave you home by yourself, I'll worry that you're not eating properly or something. Ada said, I'm going to cook meals for both of you, and all Samuel has to do is reheat them.
Yes, and then they're even going to slice the bread for you.
Cherish tried her best to hold in her laughter. A pained expression spread over Levi's face. I don't need someone to cut my bread. You'll all have me in the grave before I'm ready. Is that what this is about, Wilma? Are you going to the wedding looking for your third husband? He made a funny face so they knew he'd said it as a joke, and they all laughed. If something happens to you, I won't be looking for husband number 3. Don't you worry about that, Wilma said. I'll be fine. I don't want Samuel to stay here. I'm just fine staying by myself. Although, those meals sound like a good idea, Ada. Ada looked down at the table. You will have your meals. The thing is, I'm always traveling with Samuel, and when do I ever get to travel with my best friend? Ada leaned in front of Cherish and grabbed Wilma's hand. As soon as Ada touched her, Wilma suddenly looked upset too. In her best whining voice, Wilma said, Yes, I hardly go anywhere, and it would be such fun to go with you, Ada. But if it's not meant to be and Levi insists that Samuel can't stay here. Cherish studied Levi to see if he was buying what they were peddling. I see what's happening here. You've cooked this up amongst yourselves. I'll go along with it, but you've got to stop treating me as if I've got one foot in the grave. I can still do a day's work in the orchard when need be. Wilma and Ada leaned across Cherish and hugged each other. Cherish said, pushing them apart,
I can barely breathe.
Ada moved back and let go of Wilma's hand. Does Samuel know anything about this? Levi asked. Not yet, but he'll find out about it as soon as I get home. Levi grunted. I hope he's fine with it. I don't see he'd have a problem with it. Have you given any thought to how you're going to get there? Levi asked. There are too many of us to go by car. What do you think we should do? Wilma asked. Cars would be the most comfortable, rather than the Greyhound, and you'd be there quicker. You could take 2 cars. Wilma's mouth dropped open. We couldn't do that, Levi, she gasped. It would be too expensive. It's the last of your stepchildren to be married. You couldn't get to Florence and Carter's wedding, so this is the last chance.
There's also Bliss. She's a stepdaughter, Cherish said.
Levi said, We're not talking about Bliss right now. I'm talking about the 3 older siblings.
Okay, I'll just sit here and zip my lips.
Wonderbar! Ada clapped her hands. Mom sat in silence for a while, and then she finally said, Lawrence ran off with Carter, and that's why we didn't even have a chance to go to the wedding. Not that I would have gone, but I didn't have a choice to refuse. It does sadden me that they ran off like they did. Lawrence left us alone.
Maybe she felt she had to do that. You might have tried to talk her out of it if she said she was leaving the community to marry Carter.
Yeah, Wilma would have talked sense into her. Ada gave a nod. No use talking about what's happened in the past, Levi said. Can we afford to take 2 cars? Wilma asked. We can. It's a special occasion. I think our budget will stretch to it. Is everyone going apart from me? Yeah, I counted them before, and they were 7. Me, Ada, Cherish, Hope, Favor, Bliss, and Debbie. That's 7, Ada said. Who will go in what car? Cherish asked. She didn't want to go with Ada and Mom. They could go in one car and all the girls go in the other. Ada scowled. We don't have to make those arrangements just now. We are looking at the broader picture at this minute. Just trying to help. And there are 3 rooms at a bed and breakfast that Earl will book for us.
Oh, Levi, I feel sorry for you. You sure you can't come?
Someone should stay, and it's looking like that someone is me. Yes, he is staying because of his health problems. Just say it like it is, Levi. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Ada stared at him. I didn't say I was ashamed of it. I don't think my heart should hold me back from anything I want to do. It's not an excuse. I don't want it to be an excuse. I'm sure we'll have a great time. Ada smiled at Mom. Me too, Mom said. Cherish looked at Levi, wondering if he needed to stay at all. He was right about one thing, though. Someone had to stay and oversee the orchard. Chapter 11. Miriam heard a buggy and looked out the kitchen window. "Earl's here." Miriam's grandmother, Olga, looked up from shelling peas. "Again?" "That man can't keep away from you, can he?" Miriam's mother laughed. "That's the whole idea of us getting married, so he won't have to be away from me. It's called being in love." "I am only teasing you," Olga said. "I know you are, Grandma." Elizabeth, her mother, said, "You might as well see if he wants to stay for the evening meal." "Thanks, Ma. I will." Miriam headed out of the house. It always made her heart skip a beat when she saw Earl. When she drew closer, she saw he was already putting the reins over the hitching post. "Earl!" He turned around and offered half a smile. He didn't seem his usual self. She moved faster toward him. "What's wrong? Has something happened?" She held her breath, expecting the worst, because the worst always seemed to happen to her. 1,000 thoughts flew through her mind. Was he there to call off the wedding? "I've heard just now that Wilma and Ada are coming to the wedding." "Is that it?" "Yes." She put a hand on her heart. It wasn't the worst possible news she could have. "We'll just have to handle it the best we can." "I'm so sorry. Do you want me to ask them not to come?" "Oh, no. You can't do that." "I can if that's what you want. I'll say it as tactfully as I can." "It's okay. That's fine. We thought they might come." He took hold of her hand. "I thought by us bringing the wedding date forward, there was less chance they could get organized in time to get here." "We can't worry about that now. We just have to make the best of things. Who's coming?" "Cherish told me there's 7 of them. Levi can't come because of health reasons. I booked the last 3 rooms at Mrs. Andrews' guest house for them." "Oh, good. So Cherish is coming." "She said so." "Good. I've been thinking of asking her if she wants to be my attendant. I've already got Jane who's agreed to be one. Cherish was so good to me when I was there." "That's nice. I know it would mean a lot to her." "You agree then?" "Yes. You should have anyone you want as your attendant. And if that means it's Cherish, we'll make it happen. Why don't I call Florence tonight and see if she can ask Cherish on your behalf?" "What about asking Cherish directly? I could call her." He shook his head. "That means calling the phone at the orchard, and I'm not too happy about doing that. You might get Wilma." "Oh, I didn't think of that." "When neither of us talk to her again, it's best to be face to face. We have a few problems to iron out." "I like your optimism, but I don't think she will ever change. You've got your view, she's got her view. People get set in their ways, and then their minds are made up." He shrugged his shoulders. "I guess you're right, but I hope they see sense when they get here, and they'll know how well matched we are." She smiled at him. "Let's hope so." She didn't want to put a damper on things more than she already had, but if Wilma and Ada hadn't thought they were suited before, why would it make a difference now? "Ma wants to know if you can stay for the evening meal." "Thank you, but no. I've still got a lot of things to do at the house." "Like what exactly?" "Just making it nice for you." "We can do that together when I'm there." "I want it nice for you as soon as you step foot in it. Don't forget, we're going away for 2 weeks as soon as we are married. When we come back, I don't want you to have a huge workload in front of you, because I'll have to go straight back to work. I want you to relax and enjoy yourself in our first home." His words warmed her heart. She'd never had a home that was completely hers. She was way overdue to have a home of her own, with her husband, at her age. "You came all this way just to tell me that they're coming to the wedding?" He smiled. "I thought you should be warned." "Thanks." "I'll come in and say hello to your folks and your grandmother. When I get home, I'll call Florence and have her ask Cherish about being your attendant." "Thank you." Together, they walked to her family's house. Chapter 12. Cherish was mucking out the staples when she heard the phone. She dropped the shovel and ran to grab it before it stopped ringing. It was Malachi. Hey, you didn't tell me you were getting a phone connected in the barn.
What do you mean? We've had the phone connected here for years. You've called me on it before?
Not there, Cherish. Here.
I don't understand.
Men from the phone company arrived today. They did wiring and stuff, and they said there was a phone here once, but it had been disconnected at some point.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean. I didn't send anyone there.
You don't know about it.
No, Cherish said.
I asked if they'd made a mistake, and they looked through their paperwork and said there was no mistake. They had the right address. If you didn't order the phone, Cherish, then who did?
I don't know.
Her first thought was Eddie the beekeeper because he had a crush on her. Only problem with that was he didn't know the address of the farm. Besides that, she hadn't talked to him since she told him she was permanently grounded.
I can't work out who would have done it.
Hey, it's good for me. It'll make life so much easier. Let me give you the number to write down. Cherish found the pen that was always by the phone and jotted the number down in the address book.
Don't make too many unnecessary calls. You'll have to pay the bill since you're the one living there.
Yeah, I know it. I'll work it into my budget. Be sure to thank the person when you find out who it was.
I certainly will. Hey, when are you going to tell me what favor you did for the rich guy in New York?
What are you talking about now?
You got Daniel a job with that rich guy with the real estate firm. Firstly, how did you meet him? Secondly, why did he owe you a favor? Did his car break down and you gave him a ride to the gas station?
No, nothing like that. Cherish twirled the phone cord around her fingers.
What then?
I'll save that for your next visit.
Don't do that to me. Tell me now.
Cherish stamped her foot on the dirt floor of the barn.
It could be ages before I get there.
That's my plan. If you want to know, you'll have to come sooner.
It doesn't depend on me. I have to wait for other people to drive me there.
Could you come by yourself?
With no chaperone?
You could stay at Ruth's. She likes you.
I guess I could, but I don't even know when that will be because we've got so much going on here at the moment. Earl's wedding, then Mom is going away, and then it'll be the harvest, and then Hope's wedding. Would you tell me now?
I can't. It's something to tell you face to face. Cherish wasn't giving up so easily.
Could you write it in a letter?
I could, but I won't.
You're so annoying, Malachi.
Thank you.
It wasn't a compliment.
I figured it was the closest thing I'll ever get to one. From you.
You might be right about that. As your employer, I've got a right to know.
He laughed. You're not my employer. I'm just running the farm when you're not here.
Kind of the same thing. I'm like your boss.
He didn't answer for a moment.
Malachi?
I've got a visitor. Gotta go.
Who?
He'd hung up before she could ask who his visitor was.
Rude.
She replaced the phone's receiver.
I bet it was Annie Wiley. That'd be right. There's more going on there than Malachi's telling me. They're probably secretly dating. He can deny it all he likes.
She stomped out of the barn, still talking to herself.
I hope they'll be happy with their stupid gingerbread houses. Annie can bake a huge gingerbread house, and they can live in it together.
When she walked through the front door of her home, she saw Levi reading the paper.
Levi, did you have a phone installed in my barn?
I did, yeah. I've been meaning to tell you, and I keep forgetting. She sat down with him, intrigued.
Thank you. Why did you do it?
Your mother was worried about you being so far away. You should have a phone close by in case of emergencies. Now she has no need for concern when you're there.
She was worried?
Yeah. She said so many accidents happen on farms. And I said, probably just as many that happen on orchards. He gave a laugh. We haven't had an accident since I've been here.
I wouldn't think Mom would worry about me.
She did, and she does. She worries about all her kinner. Why does that surprise you?
I thought she'd be too busy to think about me.
He chuckled.
That's so nice of you, Levi. Danke, and 10 times danke.
I did it for Wilma.
Oh,
At least he was honest.
it was still nice. Can I get you an extra cushion? Maybe something to eat or drink?
I'm fine and have no need of anything. Have you finished cleaning the stables yet? Cherish bounded to her feet.
No, I'll get back to that now.
Good. Levi went back to reading and Cherish went back to the barn. Chapter 13. On Wednesday morning, Florence knocked on the back door of the Brunner Baker home and then walked in without waiting for anyone to answer. "Hello," she called out as she walked through to the kitchen. Wilma looked up at her from the table where she was having a quiet morning cup of coffee with Debbie. "Florence, don't say the girls are late because I know they aren't. I've been looking at the clock." "No, that's all right. I just came to tell you something. Good morning, Debbie."
Morning, Florence.
"What's happened now? Have they called off the wedding?" Wilma asked.
No, but that's a close guess.
"I have come to talk to you about Earl's wedding." "Sit down and I'll make you a cup of coffee."
No coffee for me, thanks. I've had plenty this morning. I'll take a seat, though.
Florence sat down with Wilma, and then the other girls walked in and sat down. After they'd all said good morning to one another, Florence said, "Miriam has asked if Cherish would be her attendant." Wilma's eyes bugged out. "Cherish?
Why Cherish?"
Hope asked. "Yes, I was just thinking that very same thing myself," Wilma said. Cherish sat there, stunned, not brave enough to utter a word. She could sense no one was pleased for her. Bliss gave her a small smile, but she was always smiling. "Oh, she said something about how the young don't get so many privileges."
Well, that's a joke,
Favor said.
She gets all the privileges. I'm overlooked because I'm the second youngest. Can't anyone just be happy for me? Yes, Florence. Please tell her I'd love to be an attendant. What an honor. This is something for me to remember for the rest of my life.
"I think she should have chosen the oldest who was going to the wedding. That's what I would have done, but then again, I wouldn't be marrying someone so much younger than myself."
No, you prefer older men, don't you, Mom?
Bliss said, trying to be helpful to her stepmother. "Levi's not that much older." "Did I hear my name?" Levi asked as he walked into the kitchen. "Good morning, Florence, and everyone else." "Good morning," everyone chorused. "Levi, Florence tells us that Miriam would like Cherish to be her attendant for the wedding. What do you think of that?" "Depends what Cherish thinks about it."
I'm happy to do it. More than happy. It could turn out to be one of the best days of my life.
Carmel came into the room, charging at Debbie. Then he put his dirty paws all over her, causing her to yell.
I'm sorry. I left the back door open, Florence said. It's okay. I'll get him out.
Cherish grabbed his collar. "Get rid of that dog, Cherish," Wilma bellowed. "It's bad enough he comes in at all. Super worse when he comes in at meal times."
I'll agree with that, said Debbie, brushing off the dirty paw prints from her dress.
"Put that dog out and then come back and sit down," Wilma ordered Cherish.
I will tell Miriam that you'd be delighted to do it, Cherish. I thought you would.
Cherish put Carmel outside and closed the door. Then she sat down again.
Yes, please tell her I'd love to do it.
Wilma shook her head. "It's simply not fair on my other girls."
Why couldn't we all be attendants?
Favor pouted.
I thought Miriam liked me, and now I know she only likes Cherish.
Wilma said, "We don't even know for sure that the wedding is going ahead." Everyone looked at her. "Don't say that, Wilma," Florence said. "It is going ahead. I just spoke to Earl last night. Nothing's changed." "What I mean is, no one knows what will happen and what won't happen. Unexpected things happen all the time. The Bible says that we do not know what tomorrow will bring."
I hope you're not thinking bad things for them, Mom, Cherish said. They're in love. Can't you just let them be happy?
"They can do what they want. It's not up to me. I can only advise what I think is right," Cherish saw the confusion on Debbie's face and felt it was her duty to point out what was happening.
You see, Debbie, Miriam is a little older than Earl. Mom and Ada think.
A little bit? You mean a lot, Mom said. She looked like she was my age. Florence laughed. She's nowhere near your age, Wilma. I don't know where you got that idea. It was plain to see from Wilma's face that she didn't find anything funny. I've got eyes to see. I've got eyes in my head, and I've got ears to hear. She tapped on the top of her ears that were sticking out from underneath her prayer cap.
I see. And do you think they shouldn't marry, Aunt Wilma?
Debbie asked. As I said, it's not up to me. They can marry if they want. Levi said, I think they make a splendid couple. I'm happy for them. Cherish was pleased he said that. Levi continued, I thought since you were going to the wedding, Wilma, you supported the marriage. Nay, I just want to be there in case there is a change of plans. Cherish was shocked to hear her mother admit such a thing. What kind of change? Florence asked. You never know, and that's all I'm saying for the moment. I have a right to my own opinion.
Tell us what you're thinking, Mom,
Favor urged. I won't. I'll only be talked down to and talked over the top of. Florence stood. I'll meet you girls out in the orchard as soon as you've had breakfast. Don't take too long. Florence walked out of the house. She didn't even say goodbye, Wilma said.
Neither did you,
Favor pointed out.
Hush,
Wilma snapped.
I'm so happy about being an attendant.
Wilma fixed her eyes upon Cherish. Don't gloat.
I'm not, Mom. I'm just happy.
Oh, I forgot. No one can be happy around here. Remember that, Debbie. That's not so, Cherish. You didn't need to say that, Levi told her. Debbie seemed a little shocked. I'll start work now. Cherish put her empty cereal dish in the sink, feeling not the least bit sorry, and hurried outside. Florence was most likely the only one she could share her excitement with. Chapter 14. When Sunday rolled around, the girls were excited they'd see Crystal at the meeting and hear her news. As usual, they took 2 buggies to the meeting. Favor, Bliss, and Cherish traveled with Mom and Levi to the bishop's house where the meeting would be held. Hope and Debbie rode in the other buggy.
This will be the first time I've seen Crystal in her plain clothing,
Favor announced.
It's your plain clothing,
Cherish added, glad she had escaped at least one lot of Favor's hand-me-downs.
I just hope they fit her. They should. She's about the same size as you, Favor,
Bliss said. Favor pouted.
What if she doesn't like it at the Millers?
Too bad, I guess, Bliss said.
She'll still have to stay there for 6 months, like it or not.
Favor hung her head.
I guess so. I'm a little worried about that.
Mom turned around. I heard from someone that Crystal's not getting along too well with Mrs. Miller. Favor gasped.
Where did you hear that?
A little birdie told me. It was an expression Wilma used when she didn't want to reveal the source of the gossip. Cherish noticed the smug look on her mother's face.
Ada? Is she this birdie?
Not Ada, Mom snapped back. Favor whispered to Bliss.
If Crystal doesn't like it there, she won't stay. I hope the bishop will allow her to go somewhere else. Do you think Levi will change his mind about her staying with us?
Nay. Cherish was pleased when she overheard Bliss's answer.
What did you hear this birdie say, Mom? Can't you tell me?
Favor whined. That would be gossiping, said Levi, and your mother doesn't do that. Mom made no comment. Gossiping was a great part of Ada and Mom's conversations. They discussed people all the time. Where was Levi when that was going on? Mom finally said, You'll find out soon enough straight from Crystal's mouth. That way you'll get the facts.
Let's hope so anyway,
Cherish muttered under her breath.
That's not very nice, Cherish.
Cherish looked over at Favor, who was still upset.
Well, she's not known for telling the truth. I don't mean to be rude, but she has told a bunch of lies.
Levi gave a quick glance over his shoulder at the girls. I think we can believe she's having a new start, Cherish. She made a big effort to join our community. I think we can forgive her and put everything behind us, like the water and the bridge. Cherish stopped herself from telling him that water was under them and not behind them if they were crossing a bridge.
That's true. Sorry for being mean. I can't help it sometimes.
Bliss patted Cherish's shoulder.
It's okay.
When Levi pulled up the buggy, Cherish was the first out. She waited for Hope and Debbie to get out of the second buggy. While she waited, the Millers' horse and buggy rolled past. Cherish could see Crystal in the back seat. Like a flash, Favor ran after the buggy. Cherish watched as the Millers' buggy was parked. Cherish decided to find out what she could. The two girls hugged, and then Crystal excitedly told Favor how much she loved it at the Millers' dairy farm. From what she'd just seen, it seemed Wilma had the wrong information, unless Crystal was making up stories again. If Crystal was happy, there was no getting rid of her. The only hope then was that Crystal would really change. Maybe they'd end up on friendly terms with each other in a few years. It seemed unlikely. Cherish turned back to join her other sisters. Together, they walked into the bishop's house. When the meeting was over and they were enjoying the meal afterward, Cherish looked up to see Crystal was near one of the tables. Her face was red, and she looked as if she was close to tears. Favor was with her, talking to her. Suddenly, Cherish felt thirsty, and coincidentally, the sodas were close to Favor and Crystal.
Maybe I could get Mom to talk to her,
Cherish overheard Favor say as she approached. It's no use, they said no. Cherish reached the table, reached for a cup, and then couldn't wait to find out more. She spun around to face them.
Said no about what?
No about going to the wedding. None of them is going, and they said that I have to act as if I'm part of their family, and since no one's going, I can't go. I asked if I could go with the Brunner family, and they said I can't get special privileges. Cherish was surprised Crystal spoke to her so openly. She had expected her to be told to mind her own business.
That's so unfair,
said Favor.
I don't think it's unfair,
Cherish said. Crystal lifted her chin. You wouldn't because you don't care if I go or not. Favor does.
It's just the rules. We all have to live by rules, and you're no different. You're living with that family, so you have to live by their rules.
I suppose she's right, said Favor. I don't care if she's right. I just want to go to the wedding. It would be such fun. I could have met your brother and everything. Cherish felt sorry for her.
The only way you could go is if they changed their minds. Try to talk them into it.
You're good at that. Crystal shook her head. I've tried, and nothing has worked.
Try harder,
Favor urged. No, I'll just have to give up. It's not going to work. I just have to get used to the idea that I'm not going.
Don't worry. Things will be so different after the 6-month period is over. Maybe you could come back and live at the house.
Cherish nearly choked at what Favor said. To hide how she felt, she turned around and poured herself a soda. Favor had a big mouth. Didn't she know Mom and Levi didn't want Crystal back there? Many miles across the country from the Brunner Baker family, Miriam sat in a meeting listening to the bishop's sermon. She was aware this was the very last Sunday she'd spent as an unmarried woman. When she was a young girl, she used to daydream of being married and having a family of her own. Back then, she couldn't have known how long the whole process would take. It was all John's fault. If only he hadn't wasted so many of her youthful years. He'd held her back from meeting someone else. Any other man wouldn't have taken so long to make up his mind. The only thing was, if he hadn't kept her on a string for so many years, she never would have met Earl, and Earl was definitely worth the wait. Happiness flowed right through her. Nothing could rob her joy. She looked forward to being in charge of a household, and especially having a kitchen all to herself, without having to share it with her mother or her grandmother, who was always there. Earl and she could have whatever food the two of them liked, and she wouldn't have to worry about anyone else. It would be heavenly to have her own space, her own private domain. She was delighted that Earl had suggested to bring the wedding date forward. It made up for all the hurt and pain John's disappearance had caused. Realizing that the bishop was now speaking, she made an effort to concentrate on his words. For the next 40 minutes throughout the sermon, she couldn't keep her gaze from traveling to Earl, on the men's side of the room. It was flattering that he'd overlooked the younger women who'd wanted his attention and chosen her. Chapter 15. A few days later, after the evening meal, Miriam's mother brought up someone that Miriam wanted to forget about. "You should know your grandmother wrote to John." John. Miriam's fingertips went to her neck. These last several months had been spent trying to forget him. Why would she do that?
Not John himself.
Olga turned to Miriam.
I wrote to his grandmother. They're very close. I have an idea she must know where he is. I thought he should know you're getting married.
Miriam let go of the breath she was holding on to. She couldn't let herself get mad at her grandmother. The last thing I need is him showing up here. No one needs to know where he is. Not anymore. A year ago, you were crying about him, her mother reminded her, while her grandmother nodded in agreement. Miriam's father stood up.
This is women's talk. I'm going to bed. Good night, all.
They all said good night, and then their conversation continued. A lot has happened in the last few months. Don't you think you owe John an explanation? Her mother asked. No, Ma. He didn't give me one when he left. Please, don't mention him to me again, and especially not in front of Earl.
We won't,
Olga said. No, we won't, her mother echoed. But what if he shows up to the wedding? Will you talk to him? He won't. I'll go upstairs and make sure the room is ready for Cherish. I'm asking her and Jane to stay here the night before the wedding. The rooms are ready for them and they're fine. Stop fussing. I just want everything to be perfect. That's another thing. Thanks for reminding me. Jane's dress is finished, but Cherish will have to try her dress on as soon as she arrives so I can make adjustments. When are they coming? Tomorrow. That'll be plenty of time to make alterations if need be. I can help too. Thank you. I'll make us some lemon tea. Her mother rose from the kitchen table. A million things raced through Miriam's mind. So many things could go wrong in the hours before she married Earl. The thing that niggled her about John was she still didn't know why he left. Was there something about her that was so awful, so distasteful that it had caused John to leave without the decency of giving her an explanation? His actions had stripped her of any self-worth and had left her broken. Out of that brokenness, she'd summoned a sliver of faith and trusted God to send her someone suitable, who would love her and always put her first. Miriam walked into her bedroom and looked at the wedding dress she'd made in secret before John had left. Her fingertips touched the neckline. The stitches were so small, so exact. The dress had been sewn with love. She took the dress off the hanger and sat down on the bed with it. Her mind turned back to when she told the women in Earl's family she'd sewed the dress in faith before Earl came along. It was a half-truth at best, and she felt awful for telling it. The complete truth was she sewed the dress in hopes of marrying John and no one else. Back then, she wasn't to know he'd vanish. She stroked the delicate blue fabric. Perhaps she should have cast the dress aside and made a new one. A new one wouldn't have sad memories attached. Earl was the only man she thought about. Not John, not anymore. But that didn't stop her from having some kind of physical reaction when his name was mentioned. Maybe it was simply a reminder of the past love she'd had for him. John was gone, and so was that love. And besides, Earl was everything she wanted. There were so many little things about him that suited her perfectly, even better than John. It had taken a while for Earl to come into her life, and she was never going to take him for granted. She would spend the rest of her life thanking God for him. Her mother appeared at the door, and Miriam dropped the dress into her lap. Isn't that the dress you made for John? Yes. I thought you spent so many hours in your room because you were making another one. She spent hours in her room because it was the only place she could get peace, away from her mother and her grandmother. Her father wasn't so bad. He never had an opinion or told her what she should do.
I was considering making another dress, but what would I do with this one?
You could still wear it, but don't wear it on your wedding day. It will bring back all those memories of John. Miriam gulped again at the sound of his name.
This is the dress I like. There's no point having two dresses exactly the same, is there?
You don't have to make it exactly the same. You could make it a little different.
You're the one who taught me to be practical and not wasteful, Ma. What would I do with two dresses this color?
In matters of the heart, I don't think those rules apply. You can have one indulgence, especially when it comes to your once-in-a-lifetime one special day.
Getting married in this dress doesn't bother me at all.
Her mother raised her eyebrows. That's all that matters, then. I don't suppose Earl knows you made that dress for your wedding with John.
No, there was never any wedding with John. We don't talk about him. Besides, there was no reason to tell him. He won't care. It's just a dress.
It's not just any dress. It's your wedding dress.
I don't know why you're saying all this now, Ma. There's no time to make another one.
Of course there is, with your skills. You could whip up one tomorrow. It would hardly take you any time at all.
I'm not going to do it. I'm wearing this one. I like it, and that's all that matters.
Okay. Her mother moved closer and sat down on the bed. I just wanted to say I'm happy you're marrying Earl, and so is your grandmother.
What about Pa?
He'd be happy for you to marry anyone. She wasn't surprised to hear that. They probably would have thought she'd get married and move out in her early 20s.
I'm glad Grandma likes Earl because she liked John so much.
We don't mind who you marry. Not really. As long as you're happy, and as long as he'll be a good husband and a hard-working man of God.
Earl will be, and he is.
It does disturb me how fast things have traveled. You're with John for so long, and now you're marrying a completely different man. In my mind, I thought John would be back and you'd take up where you'd left off.
I haven't got any more time to wait. I want to have babies now. So does Earl. We don't see any point in waiting, and that's why we moved the wedding forward.
Young people are in such a rush these days. I'm not sure why.
I'm not so young anymore, Ma, and I can't speak for anyone else. This is the best decision. We both know it's right. It would be helpful if everybody could trust us that we know what we're doing. I have asked you not to mention someone's name. And do you know how many times you've said his name in the past 3 minutes?
All right. I won't say another word about him. I'll ask your grandmother to do the same.
Thank you.
Miriam's mother kissed her on her forehead and then walked out of her room. Miriam stood up and put the dress back on the rack while wondering where in the world John was. Chapter 16. On the morning of their journey to Ohio, Cherish's sole concern was that Samuel would properly take care of Carmel and Timmy. Samuel and Ada arrived at the Baker apple orchard at 6 in the morning. The cars were due to arrive at 7. Samuel put Ada's 2 suitcases on the porch and then set a duffel bag down with them. Then he proceeded to unhitch the buggy. Cherish ran out to give him instructions on what to feed Timmy and Carmel.
Carmel likes to have some dry food left out all day, but you have to watch that the birds or the mice don't get it. Not that we have many mice around, thanks to Rochester.
Rochester?
The barn cat.
I see.
If they do get to the food, you'll have to keep it away for a couple of days, but make sure he gets enough to eat. And also leave water out. He doesn't like drinking from the horse trough, and that's what he'll do if there's not enough fresh water left in his bowl by the kitchen door.
Got it.
I've got more to tell you. At night, he likes a little leftovers, particularly cooked vegetables, but he doesn't like anything rich or spicy. And then he can have more of the dry kibble.
Okay.
Will he remember all that?
I don't see why not. Good morning, Cherish.
Cherish giggled.
She hadn't even said hello.
I'm sorry. Good morning to you, too. Also, Timmy has to have fresh water every day, and he will make a dreadful mess of the seeds. I generally replace the seeds every day because you can't tell which ones he's eaten the middle out of and which ones are okay. What I mean is, the container will look full, but that might be all the outer shells because he might have eaten the middle out of them.
Got it. Now Cherish was worried. He didn't question her about anything. She didn't feel right about going now. Bliss walked over to them.
Samuel, I've left a list on the countertop with instructions for cotton ball.
Okay, thanks. I'll take a look at it as soon as I go inside.
A list! Good idea, Bliss.
Cherish turned to Samuel.
I'll write a list out for Timmy and Carmel, too.
No need. You just told me what to do.
Just in case you forget anything, there's a lot to remember.
Samuel grinned. Not that much. I've had dogs and birds before, you know.
What about rabbits?
Bliss asked. No, I've never had a rabbit before. Now Bliss looked a little concerned.
And if it's not too much trouble, can you put her in the enclosure for an hour or two every day so she can have a romp around?
If that's what you want, Bliss, I'll do it. Just write it on the list. Cherish ran into the house through to the kitchen. She opened the kitchen junk drawer where they kept all the odds and ends. At the bottom of the drawer, she found a pencil. She grabbed it and then grabbed Bliss's list of instructions off the counter. She turned it over and wrote instructions for Timmy and Carmel. That day, no one had breakfast because Ada and Wilma decided to have breakfast 2 hours along their journey at a diner. By doing that, they would also be leaving the kitchen clean for Samuel and Levi. Cherish couldn't work out that logic because they were leaving Levi without breakfast until Samuel arrived. When Samuel made breakfast, the kitchen would still need plates washed, even if they only had cereal. But Cherish wasn't arguing with her mother and Ada. From the kitchen, Cherish could hear Wilma asking the girls if they'd remembered to pack this and that, from their shoes, their stockings, down to each one's toothbrush. Ada walked into the room and put the tea kettle on the stove. What are you doing, Cherish?
Writing out a list of instructions for Samuel to tell him how to care for the animals.
Ada looked over her shoulder. That's a good idea. Don't worry, he's very good with animals and knows what to do. Even if he loses your scrap of paper, it'll be okay. Cherish looked up at her.
Why would he lose it?
I'm just saying that if he does, he'd know what to do. Cherish frowned.
I'm nearly finished.
Ada pulled out a chair and sat down. I think the men will be all right by themselves, don't you?
Of course they will. With all the food you brought over yesterday, it's enough for them to eat for a month.
Ada chuckled. I don't know about that. Cherish was still worried about the car arrangements. She didn't want to be stuck in a car with Ada and Mom. You do have your good clothes packed, don't you? Your bonnet and prayer caps? We don't want the cars to be kept waiting. It's already going to be a long drive of 6.5 hours, more with stops.
Yes, I do. Everything is packed, including things I probably won't need. I already have a dress to wear for the wedding. Miriam's going to alter it to fit when I get there.
That's right. I temporarily forgot that you are an attendant. That is a privilege and an honor.
I know it is. I'm not forgetting that. Do we have time for coffee? Cherish asked.
No, I'm only making hot tea for Levi and Samuel. When we leave, the kitchen will be nice and tidy. I expect it won't stay that way for long, but I do believe they will make an effort to clean it up for our return. Mom scurried into the kitchen. Cherish, what are you doing just sitting there like that? Hurry along and help your sister pack her suitcase. You're done already, aren't you?
Yes, my bags are at the front door already. They've been there since just after I woke up.
That's surprising. I hope you haven't forgotten anything. No, go upstairs and help Favor. She's useless. She's got things spread all over the bed, and I don't know that she'll be ready in time unless someone helps her. I can't do it. I've got too much to do.
I'll help her. I'm great at packing.
Cherish popped the finished list on top of the gas-powered fridge and then headed upstairs. She walked into Favor's room to see Mom hadn't been exaggerating. A teary-eyed Favor looked up at her from her seated position on the bed.
What are you doing? Where is your suitcase?
Under the clothes. She pointed to the pile of garments on the floor. Cherish crouched down and set about emptying the suitcase. She then placed it on the bed.
I'll call out for clothes and you fetch them for me. Okay. I don't think we'll need a coat. I didn't pack mine. Too bad if it's cold. I don't like being cold, Favor said. I don't care. Hand me your best pair of boots. Favor jumped up and went to the corner of the room and brought the boots to her. 3 pair of stockings, 7 sets of underwear. Favor pulled them out of the cupboard and threw them to Cherish. Cherish rolled them up tiny and placed them in the areas between the boots. Looking Favor up and down, Cherish asked, "You're wearing that?" "Yes. Does it look all right?" "It's fine for the car. What are you wearing to the wedding?" "I didn't have time to make anything. I was going to make something new, but I'm not asking for an excuse. I'm asking what dress." Favor grabbed a dress off the bed. "What about this? Do you think it will be all right?" "It's okay. But tell me." "I don't care. We've got no time to think about it now. If you're not ready on time, Mom will blame me." Cherish flat-folded and carefully rolled up the dress and laid it into the suitcase. "Careful you don't crush it. I don't want to have to iron it. We've just got to get moving. You can't worry about that now. Give me your caps." Favor handed over 2 caps. "Don't crush them either." "I won't. Give me some more dresses and a nightgown or 2. Favor handed them over too. "Don't forget my toothbrush and toothpaste." She handed Cherish a small fabric bag. "Okay, but where's your hairbrush? You'll need it too, and some extra hairpins." Favor turned to get her brush, slipped it into another bag, zipped it shut, and handed it to her sister. Cherish added the bag and closed the suitcase. "There is room for more, but that's all you need. All done." "Oh, you're so good at that, Cherish. So fast. I couldn't make up my mind what to take or what not to take." "Well, you better quickly clean up all the clothes on the floor before Mom sees it. I'll help you." "Are you ready to go already?" Favor asked. "I am all packed up. I did most of it last night, and I have my suitcase at the door." "Thank you for helping me." "That's fine. Did Mom say who's going in what car yet? I just don't want to be in the car with Ada and Mom." Favor picked up a pair of stockings from the floor and then stood there. "What if they each go in different cars?" "That would be no fun at all, for them or for us." "I know. That might be their plan." Cherish groaned. "You finish cleaning your room, and I'll take your bag downstairs and put it with mine." "Thank you, Cherish." "You're welcome." Chapter 17. When the 2 big black cars arrived, Cherish was both nervous and excited. It was hard to believe Earl was getting married after being a single man for so long. That made Cherish wonder if she would ever find someone so perfectly suited. She was sure her mother had just married Levi out of convenience because Florence left. Someone had to help her with the orchard, as she'd developed no management skill of her own. Levi had been showing that he was interested in Mom for a while. He had visited her often, and he even gave her an expensive horse. Cherish wanted a real love match, but just because she wanted it didn't mean it would happen. She was well aware of that. Samuel helped the girls bring their bags down the stairs while Levi was told he had to sit there on the porch and just watch. He sat silently with his arms folded across his chest, looking out at everyone. When the suitcases were packed into the cars, all the girls said goodbye to Levi and Samuel. When the girls were heading back to the cars, Cherish saw Ada and Samuel kiss on the lips. She turned away quickly. It was an awful sight that turned her stomach. Mom leaned over and kissed Levi on his forehead while he smiled up at her. Favor, who'd been sobbing because Crystal wasn't going with them, had already gotten the back seat of the front car. Debbie was close behind her. Cherish decided she'd get in with them and hope for the best. Before she had a chance, Mom grabbed her sleeve. "Let the other girls go in that car, Cherish. You come with Ada and me." This was exactly what she'd feared. "But I want to go with the girls." Mom pulled her away by the sleeve and then whispered, "It's best that Debbie gets to know the girls. They're all closer to her age. You come with us. It'll be fun." Cherish's heart sank. Fun? It wouldn't be fun for her. Debbie already knows them. She can get to know them better.
That's what people do when they have a conversation. But you wouldn't know about that because you talk all the time and don't let anyone else get a word in.
I wonder where I got that from.
Being cheeky won't help you. Ada and I have made up our minds. Cherish's mouth fell open. She might have known Ada had a hand in this. She stuck her nose into everything. Cherish knew she'd have an awful time in the car for hours with Ada droning on and on about all the journeys she'd taken across the countryside. When Ada got bored with that, she'd talk about her new gingerbread house hobby. When Cherish looked over and saw the other girls were already in the car, she knew it was useless. No one would want to swap with her.
Okay, well, if I come with you on the way, can I travel with the girls on the way back?
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Cherish knew from experience that meant no.
See, I'm not spoiled. I'm the youngest and I always have the worst deal of everything. That's why Miriam chose me. She sees things as they really are.
That's not very nice. Any of the other girls would love to be close with their mother for the whole trip, and Ada's like an aunt to you. Before Cherish got into the back seat, she yelled out to Samuel,
I put the note on top of the fridge.
Okay, don't you and Bliss worry. I'll look after your animals well.
Danke.
Cherish slid into the back, pleased that at least she'd have a window seat. But when Ada got in one door and Mom got in the other, she was sandwiched between the two.
Wait, I get carsick. I need to sit by a window.
I'm not going in the middle. It's too uncomfortable, Mom said. You're smaller. If you feel sick, we can stop.
Swap places, Ada?
Cherish asked. I'm too big to sit in the center. I need the window seat. Cherish sighed.
I'll sit in the front then.
Please yourself. You always do. Mom got out so Cherish could get in the front. What's happening? Levi asked. It's fine. Cherish is just being Cherish, Mom called back. Cherish frowned and looked at Levi and Samuel watching them from the porch.
I need a window, that's all,
Cherish called back. The driver started the engine and followed the other car down the driveway. Cherish waved to Samuel and Levi until they were out of sight.
Will they be okay?
Cherish asked. Levi looked so alone, which was in contrast to Samuel, who looked brighter. They'll be fine. Ada and I have done everything we can for them. We've left the kitchen and the house spotless, and Ada has cooked them many special meals. I have. All they need to do is reheat them. So, Wilma, here we are going to Earl's wedding. Do you think he'll come to his senses before the day?
There's nothing to come to his senses about. They make such a perfect couple, Cherish said.
No one asked you, big ears. Cherish shook her head at Ada's comment. She was so rude sometimes. It wasn't the first time Ada had mentioned she had big ears. Cherish flipped the sun visor down, hoping there was a mirror. There was. She tilted it to see if her ears were in proportion with her head. They seemed okay. It was hard to tell with her prayer cap on. Then she studied her skin, looking for spots. Vanity, Ada called out from the back seat. Favor is deceitful and beauty vain. A woman who fears the Lord, she shall be praised. Cherish flipped the visor back into position.
I was only looking.
You were admiring yourself, Cherish Baker. Cherish folded her arms across her chest. Why didn't her mother tell Ada to be quiet and mind her own business? The driver had music on low in the background, and he turned it up a little. Ada, who was directly behind Cherish, stretched over and tapped on his headrest. Oh, no music, please. Not this kind of music, anyway. Sorry, ma'am, I'll turn it down. Turn it off, not down, Ada ordered. Cherish felt sorry for the man. It was going to be a long drive for him, too. After they stopped and had breakfast, Cherish managed to sleep for a few hours. When she woke up, she knew from the clock on the dashboard that they had to be close.
Look at the sky, it's so gray. Looks like it could rain.
It's gloomy and foreboding, Ada said. What are we getting ourselves into, I wonder? Yes, it's quite frightening, agreed Wilma. I wonder if we're going to get a hurricane.
Look at that house. That looks great.
How can a house look great? Ada asked.
I don't know. It just does. It looks different. And so does that house. It's blue. That's different.
Not so different, Ada said. I've seen blue houses before.
Ooh, look, we're coming into the town.
This here is the town center, the driver said.
There's a paint shop. Oh, a supermarket. Can we stop and get something to eat?
Cherish pressed the button to move the window down. No, Wilma said. Ada has made us peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Can I have one?
Anything Ada made tasted good. Ada passed one over while the driver reminded Cherish the car's air conditioning wouldn't work too well if the windows were down. Cherish closed it and then thanked Ada for the sandwich. Cherish took a bite, pleased she'd slept most of the way. Chapter 18. Within an hour of daylight left, 2 black cars pulled up outside Miriam's parents' farmhouse, bringing with them a cloud of dust. Miriam appeared at the front door. Cherish was first out of the car door and ran to hug Miriam.
Cherish, here you are. Don't let me forget to have you try on the dress before you leave.
Then Miriam saw the others getting out of the car.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited you're here.
Mom and Ada each gave Miriam a quick kiss on the cheek. It was an awkward exchange all around, and the 2 older women walked back to the car to collect their things. They had the driver leave Cherish's bags on the lawn beside the car. The rest of the girls tumbled out of the second car, talking and giggling as they gathered their bags and moved toward the house. This was the destination for the drivers. From here, they'd go to the B&B. When Cherish saw Debbie, she told Miriam,
"This is Debbie, Bliss's cousin." "Nice to meet you, Debbie. I'm so glad you can all come." "And nice to meet you too, Miriam. I've heard so much about you. Congratulations on your upcoming wedding."
Debbie lunged forward and kissed Miriam on her cheek, and before she let her go, she pulled her forward to kiss the other cheek.
"Oh, 2 kisses. Thank you,"
Miriam said, seeming taken aback by Debbie's enthusiasm. Ada said, "We were surprised you're having Cherish as your attendant."
"I thought since Cherish is the youngest, she might not get an opportunity to do many things."
"How so?" Wilma asked.
"Out of all the families I've ever known, the oldest gets the privilege, and then it trickles down to the youngest." "Except in our family, Cherish gets all the opportunities,"
Favor said.
"Hush, Favor. Don't be rude," Wilma snapped. "I wasn't meaning to be rude, Mom, but we all know Cherish is the favorite."
"We don't know that at all. You girls only think that because you say it all the time. Cherish is not the favored one."
"So you admit to having a favorite?"
Hope asked. "Maybe you should have stayed at home with Fairfax," Wilma said. Miriam gave an embarrassed laugh.
"Come in, all of you. I've got refreshments ready. It's been a long journey."
Ada said, "I thought we should go to our accommodation now." "There's plenty of time for that," Mom said.
"I'm thirsty,"
said Cherish as she turned and saw her bags still standing in the grass by the driveway. She went to move them onto the porch with everyone else's.
"I need to go to a bathroom,"
Hope called out.
"Me too,"
one of the other girls said as they all walked to the front door of the house. Miriam told everyone where the bathroom was, and then they walked into the kitchen where Miriam had set up a jug of lemonade and plates of cookies and cakes.
"If anyone wants something a bit more substantial, I can make sandwiches." "We had sandwiches on the way. Thank you. This looks wonderful."
"Yeah, very kind of you," Ada said. "Would I be able to trouble you for a cup of hot tea? I am partial to hot drinks rather than cold."
"Of course. I'll boil the water." "Don't forget to show me the budgies," Cherish said. "I can't wait to see them."
"Don't be rude," Wilma snapped.
"I'm sorry. I wasn't meaning to be rude," said Cherish.
"I did try to raise them properly, although you might not be able to tell that," Wilma said with a laugh. Ada sighed and patted Wilma's shoulder. "You did your best, and that's all you can do. You can't make silk purses out of sow's ears." Cherish was shocked, so she headed to the bathroom. Why were Ada and Mom so rude? It just wasn't right. When she came back out, she heard Ada say to Miriam, "Where are your parents? I thought we'd meet them."
My mother is helping my grandmother change her clothes. They won't be long. My grandmother lives in her own place that my father built onto this house. In Lancaster County, I believe you call it a gross-daddy house. She's lost fine movement of her hands since she had a stroke last year.
Sorry to hear that, Wilma said. What about your father?
He should be home any time now.
Miriam set a pot of tea down on the table, along with cups and saucers. Well, you're finally doing it, aren't you? Ada said to Miriam.
What's that?
Miriam sat down. You're marrying our Earl.
Yes, and I guess that will make him my Earl the day after tomorrow.
Cherish stifled the laughter that was bubbling inside. She was pleased Miriam wasn't intimidated by the older women.
When Fairfax asked me to marry him, I never thought Earl would marry before me. We didn't even know about you then.
It was a fast courtship and engagement, Ada said. Miriam poured out the hot tea.
Yes, and I've heard it said, fast courtships make for long marriages.
She'd used that line more than a couple of times in the past few weeks, and she was sure she wasn't done with it yet.
Do you think you'll be able to come to my wedding, Miriam? Asked Hope. We hope to be able to come. We'll do our best to get there.
Ada cleared her throat. Miriam, there's something I must say before your parents and your grandmother get here. Miriam straightened in her chair.
What's that?
I think there was a misunderstanding between us all when you left Wilma's house so suddenly.
And what was the misunderstanding?
Ada looked at Wilma, and she took over. It seems that wires were crossed somewhere. Ada and I weren't being mean, and now it seems everybody thinks we were.
I don't think that, Hope said.
Ada turned up her nose. No, we didn't mean you, Hope. Ada turned to Wilma. We might as well just say that we're sorry, Wilma.
Yes,
we are both very sorry, Miriam. Wilma blinked rapidly as she stared at Miriam, waiting for a response. Ada nodded. We are. We're sorry for any confusion that we were trying to make trouble or do anything like that between you and Earl. And I agree with that, Wilma said. Cherish sat there in amazement. That meant they might have a pleasant time at the wedding.
Thank you. I'm glad we cleared the air. We were understandably upset. Earl more so. You know how protective men are.
I'm glad that there is no ill feeling between us all now, is there? Wilma asked. We won't know that yet until we talk to Earl, Wilma, Ada told her. I'm sure it will be fine. No need to talk to him, said Wilma. He'll accept an apology.
I agree, Wilma. He'll be fine. He was just worried for my sake. He thought you both didn't approve of me.
Oh, that's nonsense. Wilma and I are very fond of you.
Miriam smiled. And I like all of Earl's family and friends, too. But he thought that you didn't approve of me specifically as a wife for him.
Wilma and Ada looked at one another, and Cherish held her breath. Chapter 19. Oh, Wilma, we should have talked to them both when they were together. Wilma nodded. And privately, not in front of the children.
We're not exactly children, Hope said.
Everything can be solved with the word. I'm sorry, Ada laughed. I don't know what has gotten into me today. That's not one word, it's 2 words. Everyone laughed, which eased the tension in the room. Ada could be likable when she tried. Wilma said, I think your brain has been affected by all the traveling. Maybe, Ada agreed. Where will you and Earl live? Wilma asked.
Earl has a house. It's only about 6 miles away. I can't wait to see it, said Cherish. Me too, agreed Favor.
Miriam said,
I suppose you girls will want to meet all of the young people from our community. Yes, we would, Debbie said. Are there many of them?
It was the first time Debbie had spoken since they'd arrived.
Well, I can tell you that there will be plenty of people of all ages at the wedding. And, oh, will you be staying for the meeting on Sunday?
We will, and then we're going back home the day after.
Perfect.
Debbie, you might be able to find a husband from amongst Miriam's friends. Oh, no, don't say that, Ada. I don't want her to leave us when she's only just arrived. Wilma stroked Debbie's arm and then put her head on Debbie's shoulder. I would have to have a long-distance relationship for a long time, Aunt Wilma, so you won't be sad. That sounds good to me. Two older ladies walked in. One was clearly quite elderly and being helped by the younger of the two. Everyone, this is my mother, Elizabeth, and my grandmother, Olga. As Miriam named everyone, the two ladies greeted them. Elizabeth sat next to Wilma. You must be pleased Earl is finally getting married, Wilma. I am. You must feel the same about your daughter. Olga spoke before Elizabeth had a chance to respond. I knew the day would come. She had to make sure she had the right man. When you have the right one, everything falls into place. Don't you think so? That's right. As long as she has the right one now, Olga the grandmother said. Oh, hot tea. I wouldn't mind a cup. I'll pour you one. While Miriam did that, her mother stared into Wilma's face. You're younger than I thought you would be. Let me see now. Miriam said you have 6 children and 4 grandchildren? Bliss added, She does, and she also has 4 stepchildren. I'm the youngest one of them, and the oldest one is Earl. I'm not even counting my older 2 brothers. They're way older, and we hardly see them anymore. I also have 2 more grandchildren on the way. My 2 oldest girls are expecting. Wilma smiled. Marvelous. And you are Wilma's second husband's child, Bliss. That's right, Bliss repeated. And I have 2 older brothers. They also don't live anywhere near us, Wilma told them. I felt like an only child because they were so much older. If anyone asked, I used to be tempted to say there's only me. I felt so alone before Dot married Wilma. Now I have so many sisters. I'm so sad your husband couldn't come too, Wilma, Elizabeth said. I know, but he does have his health problems. Ada's husband was kind enough to stay with him, and that gave... Ada butted in and finished Wilma's sentence. And that enabled us 2 ladies to get away. Wilma and I have never been away together. We're so looking forward to our stay. Yes, we are, Wilma agreed. And looking forward to the wedding, too, added Cherish. Not long to wait now, Olga said. Elizabeth wanted them to have the wedding early in the day, but for some reason they wanted it at midday. I think midday is a good time for a wedding, Cherish said. Bliss laughed. Any time is a good time for a wedding. Olga stared at her. Do you have a beau? No, you'd be too young. I do. His name is Adam. Cherish sat, fuming, expecting Olga to ask Bliss how they met. Cherish had approached him at the auction and bought a rabbit from him. That's how they met. She saw him first. The whole situation was so unfair. And what does Adam do? He has a business that makes fencing and enclosures. He made me an enclosure for my rabbit. Yeah, which I bought from him, Cherish screamed in her head before she bit her fingernail. How would she feel when Bliss and Adam married? It would most likely happen one day. Wilma asked, Where will you live after you marry, Miriam? No one's told me anything. Earl's house. I told you that earlier. Oh, I haven't even seen it. Wilma pursed her lips. There'll be plenty of time to have a good look around while you're here, Elizabeth said. I'm sure Earl's planned to show you his house. He's painting it now, I believe. Ada nodded. I hope he's planning to show us around his place, because Wilma needs to leave here feeling satisfied. About what? Hope asked. About everything. She needs to know that the 2 of them will have the best life possible. It's all in God's hands, Olga said. Ada took a cookie and bit into it. Ginger! As she said the word, cookie crumbs flew out of her mouth. Oh dear, are you allergic? Elizabeth asked. I didn't think to ask. Elizabeth handed her a paper napkin. Spit it into this. Ada put up her hand. No, I love ginger. I just coughed while I was speaking. Sorry about that. Ada took the offered napkin and patted the crumbs off her mouth with her fingertips. I'm reminded of something when I tasted the ginger just now. I've just started making gingerbread houses. I'm not very good at it, but I recently met a delightful woman and her daughter, and they taught me how to make them." Cherish didn't need to be reminded about Annie Wiley. She was trying to enjoy herself. "You should have brought one to the wedding." Olga sipped her hot tea. "And I would have if I was better at making them. I'm merely a beginner at this stage." "They're such delightful objects to look at," Elizabeth said. "It must be a real skill to make them well." Cherish didn't want to be reminded of the stupid gingerbread houses. She had to change the subject. "Miriam, you must show me your birds. I can't wait to see them." Wilma laughed. "Oh, dear. You shouldn't have mentioned you have more than one budgie, Miriam. Now all she talks about is getting another one." "That's a good idea," Elizabeth said. "They do need company. They're just like people. Most animals and people benefit from company." Cherish laughed on the inside when Mom got no support from them. "I can show you now while we still have daylight left. That is, if no one else minds." "Yes, you can do that now, Miriam," Elizabeth said. "Sure, I don't mind," Mom said when Miriam looked at her. "Let's go," Cherish said, moving toward the door. Once outside, Miriam walked Cherish around to the back of the house. Under a large tree was a covered aviary. "Oh, this is wonderful, Miriam. I should get Adam to make one like this for Timmy. He'd love it, and Adam would be able to do it. It might become a whole new product line for his company." Cherish stepped closer. "How many are there?" 8. "Wow, I'm only allowed the one." "Maybe if you had one of these enclosures, Timmy could have a friend." "That's right, I didn't think of that. If I kept them outside in the warmer weather, Mom wouldn't mind because she wouldn't see or hear them." Miriam smiled. "Exactly. You'll have to maybe keep them in the barn for the winter. Now you just have to twist Adam's arm and have him make you the enclosure. If he can make a rabbit enclosure, he can surely make an aviary." "Yeah, maybe." She didn't want to ask Adam any favors, not until she had the money to pay for it. She couldn't see Mom or Levi paying for it when they didn't even like birds. "I'll figure out a way. That blue one looks just like Timmy." Miriam turned to look at the budgie that was flitting from perch to perch. "Yes, he does. See how I've made the perches from tree branches, and they're all different sizes?" "Yes. It helps to exercise their claws." "Great idea. I guess if they were in the wild, they'd be wrapping their little feet around all different sized branches." "Oh, I can't wait to have an aviary. I'd sit and watch the birds all day." Miriam laughed. "Your mother would have something to say about that." "Yes, wouldn't she? My spare time, I meant. Or during the day, in my free time. Not that I get much of that." Cherish turned to face Miriam. "Are you nervous? Tomorrow is your last day as a single woman, and the day after that you'll be a married woman." "I'm pleased. I can barely wait. I'm not nervous at all." Miriam gulped. That last bit wasn't entirely true. Miriam was nervous about Ada and Wilma and what they might do or say. They'd apologized, which she was pleased about, but that didn't take away the uneasiness she felt around them. Was all forgotten, or had they come to have another go at talking Earl out of marrying her? "Let's get you into your dress. I don't have much time left for adjustments, and I still need to sew the hem." "Sure, good idea." Once upstairs in Miriam's bedroom, Cherish tried on the purple dress. It fitted perfectly. After Cherish put on the sheer white cape and apron, Miriam had Cherish stand on a chair while she pinned the hem. "I have the prayer cap already done. One of those is yours, the other is Jane's." "It looks beautiful. Everything does." "You must have been working so hard on these." "I have been, and I made Earl's suit. I had help from my mother with the suits for his 2 attendants." "Yeah, well, you wouldn't have been able to do it all. That's what mothers are there for." "I hope I'll be a good mother, if God blesses us with a child." "You'll be the best, I'm sure of it, and Earl will be a great father." She looked up at Cherish in between measuring and pinning. "Thanks. I can't imagine myself with children. I'm only a child myself.
It'd be a child having a child. You'll feel different when you're older. Cherish looked up at the ceiling. I don't know if I will. I think I'll always feel the same, probably because I'm the youngest. It must be wonderful to have all your siblings. It's not so great. Cherish pressed her lips together. You'll appreciate them when you're older. Older. Seems everything will happen when I'm older. I should just take a giant leap into the future. I felt like that many times myself when things get difficult. Cherish looked down at her. Is anything wrong? Stand up straight or I'll make a mistake. Sorry. Nothing's wrong right now, but no one's life is perfect all the time. There are always ups and downs. I know what you mean. We must pray for more ups than downs. Good idea. There, I'm all done. You can take it off now. Once Cherish was back in her old dress, they went downstairs to rejoin the others. Ada was sitting in between Elizabeth and Olga, talking. They appeared interested in what Ada had to say, while the girls at the table seemed bored. Cherish sat at the opposite end of the table, in between Favor and Hope. Elizabeth spoke to Mom. Surely Earl has arranged something for you tonight. Perhaps you're having dinner at his house. Miriam intervened. Ma, I keep telling you he's painting the rooms. He can't have anyone there eating with the smell of the paint. Then you should have dinner over here, all of you. Oh, surely it's too much trouble with everything you've got going with the wedding arrangements and all, Ada said. Besides, you might not have enough for all of us. Not at all. We'd love to have you, Miriam said. We always make too much for dinner. We have so many leftovers. In that case, we would be delighted to come back for a meal, Ada said. Wilma shook her head. Thank you, but we won't. I know how much work weddings are, and we won't add to your load. Ada's mouth fell open, and she stared at Wilma. Then Ada looked at Elizabeth. Wilma's right. It'll be too much for you. Are you sure? Elizabeth asked. Yes, said Wilma. We'll see you at the wedding. Now, would we be able to call a taxi to get us to the B&B? We'd offer to take you, but we only have the one buggy, and my father's using it. That's fine. We can get a taxi, Ada said. I'll call one for you. Miriam walked out of the room to go make the call. Have you seen Earl yet? Elizabeth asked. Cherish held her breath, wondering what was going to be said. Did Miriam's mother know anything about the big argument? Mom shook her head. We came straight here, Elizabeth said. Sounds like he's busy doing things to his house. Olga shook her head. He can't be too busy to see his own mother. Stepmother, Ada corrected her. Elizabeth leaned toward Wilma. You had the care of him as a boy. Miriam told me all about it. Miriam said he barely remembers his own mother. You're his mother in his eyes. Wilma smiled. I suppose I am. Just as they were leaving, Miriam spoke up. I'll fetch you from the bed and breakfast tomorrow morning, Cherish. No, you won't. We'll send her by taxi. You'll have enough to do the day before your wedding, and so will your parents. I don't mind, and it won't take long. I won't hear of it. What time would you like her here? Wilma asked. Around 9, I guess. Ada butted into the conversation. Perfect. She'll be here at 9. Thank you, Miriam said. Chapter 20. When Ada, Wilma, and the girls arrived at the bed and breakfast, they were greeted by a short, stout lady who introduced herself as Mrs. Andrews. Her light gray hair was pulled behind her head, twisted into a bun, and secured by what looked like a pair of knitting needles. Cherish was fascinated how her hair stayed in position. She concluded that Mrs. Andrews must have used a lot of spray. I have 3 rooms ready for you. The first one I'll take you to is the main. 2 single beds as requested, and it's also the only one with an ensuite bathroom. Perfect. Ada and I will take that one, Mom said, grinning at Ada as they followed Mrs. Andrews down the hallway. Mrs. Andrews stopped suddenly and turned around. She ran her gaze over them all. I see there are 7 of you.
I assumed you would be a party of 6, since 3 rooms were booked. The other 2 rooms have 2 beds each. I could put a fold-out bed for one of you in the main room, since it's the largest room. Thank you. That'll be fine. Mom looked at Cherish. You'll have to sleep in the room with Ada and me. You're the youngest and smallest. Ada nodded. That makes sense. You don't take up much room because you're so short. Cherish was offended by Ada's remark. She was normal height. She wasn't short at all, but there was no arguing that point with Ada. But she would argue with her about staying in that room.
But I drove here with both of you. Can't I get a break?
The other girls stifled their giggles. Mrs. Andrews saved the day, or at worst, delayed the argument. I'll show you the 3 rooms, and perhaps you can decide between yourselves and let me know. Follow me. The first room, the main room, wasn't as nice as Cherish expected, with its brown carpet and dark red velvet drapes. One nightstand sat between 2 single beds. Mrs. Andrews explained the beds could be pushed together to make a double. Cherish, there's plenty of room for another bed. Won't you stay here with us? Asked Mom.
I won't sleep here. I don't care what anyone says. I'll sleep in one of the other rooms.
Mrs. Andrews opened the bathroom door. It had a large antique clawfoot bath in one corner and a shower big enough for 2 people. The toilet was in the corner of the room. This is perfect for you and Ada, Cherish said, even though she would have loved to soak in that bathtub. Who wants to stay in here with us? Mom asked the other girls. When no one answered, Ada stuck her nose in the air. Are we that intolerable?
I just want to be around young people,
Favor said.
Me too,
added Cherish. Debbie cast her gaze downward and didn't say anything. Hope said,
I'm the oldest, and I have to see that the girls behave and don't sneak out in the middle of the night or anything.
They wouldn't dare. Ada glared at each one of them.
Any takers to stay here since I drove in the car with them?
Cherish looked at each girl, and no one replied.
I'm not sleeping in here. I'd rather sleep on the floor in one of the other rooms.
Oh, you won't have to sleep on the floor. Like I said, we can squeeze a small stretcher bed into one of the other rooms. Mrs. Andrews smiled at her.
Perfect, said Cherish. I'll sleep on that.
She wasn't so sure what a stretcher was, but Mrs. Andrews had already said something about a makeshift bed, a fold-out bed of some sort. They were then shown the 2 other rooms. Both had cream walls, red carpet, and red velvet drapes. Cherish hadn't seen rooms more unappealing, but at least there was air conditioning and a television in each of the rooms. The girls had to use the bathroom down the hallway, but that wasn't much different from home. Mrs. Andrews asked which room the stretcher was going in. Cherish wondered how she ended up being the one sleeping on the stretcher. Things like this always happened. Since she always got the raw end of everything, why did everyone say she was spoiled? The youngest wasn't the spoiled one, not in this family. The youngest was the one that was pushed around and sometimes bullied. The stretcher can go in this one, Cherish said of the room that Hope and Favor chose as theirs. So you'd rather sleep in here with Hope and Favor, rather than with us? Ada asked. That's right. Ada shook her head disapprovingly. Let's all unpack. Then we have time for a rest before we find a place to get a bite to eat. As Ada and Wilma made their way back to their room, Cherish heard Mrs. Andrews tell them, I can recommend some restaurants that are within walking distance. That night, after a meal of pizza from the local pizza shop, Cherish lay in her stretcher bed and couldn't sleep. It wasn't because her bed was uncomfortable. It was because Ada and Mom's conversation could be heard from the adjoining room. Although Cherish heard their voices, she couldn't make out the words. What were they talking about? Knowing Faith and Hope were already asleep, she got out of bed and put her ear to the wall. As much as she tried, she couldn't make out any words. All she could hear was their rambling, droning voices. What could they possibly have left to talk about? They saw each other every second day. Maybe they were talking about her. Yes, that had to be it. They were complaining about her again. They were always complaining about someone. If they were rude enough to talk about her, she was rude enough to listen. Hoping to get a better sound from another wall, she opened the bedroom door and crept out into the hallway. Small lights set into the lower part of the wall allowed her to see where she was going. She stopped at their door and pressed her ear against it. She could only hear 1 or 2 words. One word she could make out was Miriam. And then she heard Earl being mentioned. They weren't talking about her at all. They were still discussing Earl and Miriam. She only needed to hear the tone in which they were speaking to know they weren't saying anything kind. Cherish was annoyed and wanted to tell them so. They had accepted Miriam's hospitality and even said sorry to her face. Didn't they mean it? They were being two-faced, and that made Cherish cross. She was deciding whether to confront them about it when she sensed someone close to her in the hallway. Chapter 21. Cherish turned to see a ghost-like appearance. Without the red lipstick and rouge, Mrs. Andrews' face was deathly white. A red crushed velvet dressing gown was cinched tightly at her waist, a very similar fabric to the bedroom curtains, and her pale gray hair was wound around pink plastic rollers. "The bathroom's the other way, my dear." "Oh, is it?" Cherish's heart pumped hard. "Yes. Is that what you're looking for?" Cherish nodded. "That's right. I'm looking for the bathroom, but I didn't want to disturb my mother to ask." "Last door on the left." Cherish took a step back. "Thank you for that." "That's perfectly all right." Cherish headed to the bathroom only because Mrs. Andrews was standing there staring at her. She used the toilet since she was there anyway, and stayed in the bathroom for about 5 minutes, thinking about Mom and Ada. If they still didn't approve of Miriam and Earl, why had they bothered coming to the wedding? Then she decided to leave them be. She wouldn't confront them. They had their minds made up. She'd only make them cross if she said anything. When Cherish walked out into the hallway, the woman was still there, in the exact same spot. "All good now?" she asked Cherish. "Yes. Good night." Cherish got back into her room and closed the door behind her. She was pleased she was staying at Miriam's the next night, the night before the wedding. She wouldn't have to listen to Ada and Mom's chatter, and she wouldn't have to be around the creepy Mrs. Andrews, who was haunting the place when she was still alive. Before Cherish got into bed, Hope sat up. "What's wrong, Cherish?" "Nothing. I just went to the bathroom." "Don't make so much noise next time." "I'm sorry. I'll try not to." Hope laid back down and turned over. Cherish got into her bed and pulled the covers over herself. Her mind wandered to Carmel, who normally slept with her. She hoped Samuel allowed him in every night. She'd written that down on her list of instructions. Where would Carmel sleep when she wasn't there? On the couch? Or maybe still in her room? What if he tried to sleep on the end of Samuel's bed? Or Levi's? Would they be mean and kick him off? Then she started worrying about Timmy. After another hour of not being able to sleep, Cherish decided she was too cold and that someone had turned the room's cooling system down too low. She reached for the air conditioner remote control, pressed the power button, and replaced the remote on the nightstand. When she heard the air conditioner's fan whir into action, she realized it hadn't been on at all. Now it was. Cherish picked up the remote again to turn it off, but before she could do so, it slipped out of her fingers and crashed to the floor. In the dimly lit room, she saw the back had fallen off the remote, and one of the 2 batteries was missing. Being too tired to look for it, Cherish lay back down and pulled the covers over her head to keep out the cold. Cherish felt someone shaking her arm. She opened her eyes and saw it was Hope, and that it was daylight. "I'm sleeping in," Cherish moaned before she rolled to the other side away from Hope. "Why did you turn the cold air on? My throat is so raw I can hardly speak." "Don't speak, then." Cherish noticed her own throat was sore, but she wasn't going to admit it. She heard Hope rattling something next to her. "There's a battery missing." "Quiet, I'm sleeping." Favor answered. "It's under the bed." She heard Hope switch the air conditioner off. It had been uncomfortably cold all night. You should have slept in Mom's room, Cherish, Favor said. Cherish huffed. Rude. Favor continued. Well, now we've got colds because we were sleeping in a fridge all night. Yeah, Hope croaked. Cherish sat up. Don't you two know anything? Colds are viruses. Your driver probably had a cold and passed it on to you. You can't get colds just by being cold. It's an old wives' tale. Now let me sleep for a few more minutes. You can get a cold from getting a chill, Hope snapped, just before she pulled all the covers off Cherish. This room is an icebox. Hey, what are you doing? Cherish reached for the covers and pulled them back from Hope and lay back down. We're paying for the air conditioner. We might as well use it. Don't you have to be at Miriam's house early today? Favor asked. Yeah, but not this early. No one said early. Cherish closed her eyes and snuggled back into the pillow. She'll appreciate it if you're there early, Hope said. Ugh, it hurts to speak. Cherish sat up again. Mom said I'd be there at 9. She wanted to scream at the girls for not leaving her alone, but she controlled herself. I'm going nowhere without breakfast. I'm starving. Mrs. Andrews said breakfast is at 8 sharp and we're to be in the dining room ready for it. And what time is it now? 5? Cherish asked. Favor looked at the clock on the nightstand. It's 7:30. By the time you're showered and ready to go, it'll be 8. Then you can leave as soon as you eat. Cherish was annoyed at the girls for trying to get rid of her. And what is everyone doing while I'm at Miriam's house? We're sightseeing. Mom came in while you were still asleep, and she said she'd get each of us a small gift from the stores, Favor told her. So you're sightseeing at the stores. That's called shopping in my dictionary. Hope laughed and then clutched her throat. Do I get a gift too? Cherish asked. Favor shrugged. I suppose you will. You'll have to ask Mom. Knowing there'd be no chance to sleep in with her sisters around, Cherish grabbed a towel and a clean set of clothes and made her way down the hallway to the bathroom. Chapter 22. Over breakfast, Hope and Favor told Ada and Mom how Cherish had turned on the air conditioning and made them all freeze. That's why I can hardly talk, Hope said. You've got a frog in your throat. Ada laughed at her own comment. Don't come near me. I don't like frogs. Cherish stored that information for a later date. It's not my fault. I thought I was turning it off, Cherish explained. Mom frowned. Nothing's ever your fault. Cherish shook her head. Don't worry, it's a long story. I'm sure it ends with you being lazy. Cherish didn't comment on Ada's remark because, in a small way, she was right. She had been too tired to get under the bed and find that battery. Tired could be translated to lazy. It certainly would in Ada's book. You'll miss coming shopping with us today, Mom told Cherish. Cherish looked over at Hope. Shopping, eh? Just what I thought. And sightseeing, Hope managed to say. Save your voice, Mom told her. If we were home, I'd give you a dose of castor oil. That would fix you. Hope made a face. No thanks. We will see some sights, I'm sure of it, Ada grinned. There are always interesting places to visit when you're in a different place. I'm not worried. I'll have a better day than all of you. It's not a competition, Favor told Cherish. Cherish lifted her chin. If it was, I'd be the winner. As always. Wilma shook her head and then looked down. And if the girls are getting a gift, I want one too. Everyone looked at Cherish, and she realized how awful she sounded. Please, it's only fair. I'll choose something for you, Mom said. Danke, I just want to be treated like everyone else. You're not, though, Mom said. You have the privilege of being Miriam's attendant. No one else got that opportunity. And you want a gift on top of that, Ada commented. And I could go on and on about other things that have happened to you that... Wilma touched Ada's shoulder. We don't have to talk about Aunt Dagmar's farm today." Cherish knew what was going on. Both Ada and Mom resented her for being left Dagmar's farm. It wasn't her fault. She didn't even learn about it until after Dagmar died. But one thing was for sure. She wasn't sharing that farm with anyone. The cook put another platter of pancakes on the table. Wilma leaned over to Ada and whispered, "I thought we'd had a better variety than just pancakes and toast. What about eggs and ham, maybe bacon? I expected something more, something better than we get at home. I cook a better breakfast than this." "I don't mind pancakes, and these are delicious." Ada picked up a bottle of maple syrup and drizzled it over her stack of 3 pancakes. Wilma sighed. "Pizza last night, and now pancakes this morning. I'm not a fan of either. Just give me some decent food. I can't wait to get home."
"There'll be some good food at the wedding tomorrow," Favor whispered to her mother.
"I hope so. Only a day to wait." Chapter 23. A taxi brought Cherish to Miriam's place precisely at 9. Cherish paid the driver and then looked up to see Miriam walking out of the house.
"I could have gotten you,"
Miriam called out. Cherish shrugged her shoulders.
"Mom said no. Your father has the buggy anyway, hasn't he? I could have taken him to his work and then come to get you."
"Sounds like too much trouble." Cherish walked up the 2 porch steps.
"No matter. Let's see how the length of the dress suits. I hemmed it last night." "Good. I'm sure it'll be fine. John said he'll stop by this afternoon. He can't wait to see you."
Cherish stopped still.
"John? Who's that?"
Miriam's eyes grew wide.
"John? Did I say John?"
"Yes." Miriam rubbed her neck.
"Sorry, I meant Earl."
"Oh, who's John?" Miriam laughed loudly.
"No one.
I mean, there are many people I know by that name. It's a popular name." Miriam opened the door for Cherish and she walked through. Cherish put Miriam's name mix-up down to her being nervous about the wedding. As Miriam led her upstairs to her bedroom that doubled as her sewing room, Cherish noticed they seemed to be the only ones in the house. Once in the room, Miriam handed her the purple dress. Cherish tried it on, and then she added the cape and apron.
"It seems perfect. What do you think? I just love the way this fabric feels. It's soft."
Cherish turned from side to side as the dress swished around her legs. Miriam stood back and looked at it.
"Yes, I think it's good."
Cherish picked up the hem and had a good look.
"You did it by hand?"
"Yes, that's how I do all my hems." Cherish noticed the treadle sewing machine in the corner, and she was reminded of Florence's old machine that had once belonged to Florence's mother. At home now, they used a plainer treadle machine that had no fancy woodwork or ironwork.
"I'm so glad it fits well. That'll save me so much time. I was awake nearly all night worrying it wouldn't be right. What can I do to help today?" "I'll just be doing a bit of cleaning and mentally preparing myself. You can help me stay calm. Then my best friend Jane will be stopping by. She's an attendant as well."
"But don't you have a job for me?"
"I want to feel useful. I'm surprisingly good at so many things. Some people are only good at a couple of things, but I've been good at everything I've tried so far."
Miriam laughed. "It would be wonderful to be good at everything. I can't claim that."
"I know. Not many people can. I'm an excellent cleaner, too."
"That's good."
"I'll finish packing all my things into boxes. You can talk to me while I do it." "I'd rather do something more practical if that's okay. Should I ask your mother if she has a job for me? I'm sure she would have plenty with so many people coming to the wedding tomorrow."
"Okay, ask her if you want."
"I'll go find her."
Not in that dress." Cherish laughed.
"I forgot. I'll take it off. I can't wait to put it back on again, though."
Not long to wait. Once she was back in her old clothes, Cherish walked downstairs. Hearing noises in the kitchen, she walked in. Elizabeth was stirring something on the stove. She cleared her throat, and Miriam's mother turned around.
"Hi, Elizabeth. Do you have a job that I could do?"
"I didn't know you'd arrived, Cherish. You're awfully quiet. What sort of job would you like?" Cherish moved closer. I'll do anything that needs to be done. I think what you should do is talk to Miriam and keep her nerves away. She doesn't seem nervous to me. Everyone has pre-wedding nerves. She'd be excited and somewhat frightened and all that. I feel so useless. Do you have a job I could do while I'm keeping her company? Since you offered so kindly, how do you feel about dusting? Dusting? I love it. I'm a great duster, best in my family. Everyone says so. Do you want me to dust the living room? I do. It was done a couple of days ago, but I do like to keep the place spotless. Wait, I'm not sure what day it was done. I can never keep track of what day it is. No matter. Dust is unaware of the days, too. It doesn't care. Cherish smiled at the dust analogy. Today is the day before Miriam's wedding. That's what day it is. It is. I never thought the day would come, but it did. Or it will tomorrow. Elizabeth smiled back at Cherish. You'll find dusters there under the sink. I normally make them damp so the dust doesn't go everywhere. That's what I do as well. Your mother must be delighted to have a daughter like you. You must be such a blessing to her. Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Elizabeth gave a little laugh. I would. Cherish pulled a duster from the bag in the cupboard, ran it under the water, and then squeezed it dry. I'm ready to have some cleaning fun. Elizabeth laughed. Cherish was halfway through dusting the room when Miriam came downstairs. I'm suddenly hungry. Would you like to join me in something to eat? No, thank you. I had too many pancakes for breakfast. I don't think I'll be able to fit anything else in all day. My mother gave you a job, I see. She did. Where's your father? Working. Oh, that's right, you said that. Your father reminds me of my stepfather, and I'm used to seeing him sitting on the couch most of the day. Sometimes he works in the orchard, but mostly he doesn't do very much. Yes, I know Levi. Oh, silly me, of course you do. I forgot, you were there not so long ago. I'm going to fix myself a sandwich. Maybe you'd like a cold drink and we can sit out on the porch. Have a break for a while? Cherish recalled Miriam's mother mentioning Miriam might need some company. I'd love that, thanks. This afternoon, Florence and Carter will be here, before they book into their hotel. Wonderful! I don't know where Jane's gotten to. Miriam headed to the kitchen, accompanied by Cherish. Florence and Carter arrived earlier than expected. After Miriam introduced them to her grandmother and mother, she took them out to enjoy chicken salad sandwiches on the porch. Shortly after that, Earl arrived. Cherish was invited to sit with them too, but she thought Miriam and Earl should talk to them alone. Cherish sat in the kitchen drinking a cup of brewed coffee with Elizabeth and Olga. Do you know John's in town? Elizabeth said to her mother. Olga's mouth dropped open. No. Mm-hmm. And I'm predicting some drama. John. Cherish sat up straight in her chair, remembering that Miriam had said that name earlier when she'd meant to say Earl. Chapter 24. Olga's eyes opened wider. You mean like some unfinished business drama? Yes. Cherish couldn't help herself. Who's John? Olga and Elizabeth looked at one another, as though they didn't want to say. John is what would you say, Elizabeth? A friend. He was a friend of Miriam's. Cherish drew her own conclusions from their not-so-subtle words and facial expressions. I see what's going on here. John is Miriam's old boyfriend. Yes, Elizabeth finally said. Everyone thought the two of them would marry. Worried about John coming to cause trouble, Cherish stared down into her coffee. Olga added, They were courting for years. I just told her that, Ma. Elizabeth sighed as she stirred sugar into her coffee. But you can't marry someone when they're not here. No, you can't. Olga shook her head. Indeed, you can't. Cherish sat there in shock. She'd had many conversations with Miriam, and she'd never mentioned she'd been in a serious relationship with John or anyone else. Miriam had given the impression that no man had ever shown serious interest in her until Earl. That got Cherish thinking. Was Earl Miriam's second choice for a husband? And what did Earl know about John? Would Miriam dump Earl now that John was back, leaving Earl a broken man, wounded and heartsick? Cherish wrapped her arms around her stomach. Was Earl about to be made a fool of in front of his whole family? It was hard for Cherish to hold her tongue, but she managed to wait until everyone left to have a private word with Miriam about John. They were outside, just the two of them, watching Florence and Carter's car pass Earl's buggy, as they all made their way down the driveway. "Who is John?" Cherish blurted out. She didn't mean to blurt it out so suddenly, but the words had bolted out of her mouth like a horse full of oats being let out of a stall. "John?" Miriam's eyebrows pinched together. "John, the one your mother and grandmother thought you'd marry?" Miriam glanced over her shoulder at the house. "They told you that?" "Yes, and I'm a little upset with you, if that's true, because that means you lied to me." Miriam walked over and sat down on the porch step, and then she patted the spot next to her. "Sit down." Cherish walked over, sat down, and carefully smoothed her dress over her knees. "You told me you were waiting for the right man. You didn't say you had someone before Earl." "I imagined you all alone, waiting, looking out the window for some man who might call on you. I even admired you for waiting for someone wonderful like my brother. I wanted to be like you." "I'm sorry I lied. John left, and I didn't know where he went. 6 months later, he sent me a letter. The letter said nothing, really. It wasn't an explanation. I had so many questions, as you'd imagine." "Then what? Did you reply to the letter?" "I did. I asked a lot of questions, but I got no answers. Return to sender. Nobody at the address with that name. I did hear some gossip he was out west somewhere. Then someone else said they saw him up north. I never heard any more about him." "Well, why didn't you tell me? Do you think I'm too young, too stupid to handle information like that? I don't think it makes you love my brother any less, does it?" "No, not at all. I never loved John the way I love Earl. It's totally different." Cherish was both pleased and relieved to hear it. "It's a good thing John left when he did. It allowed Earl to come into your life. I don't know why you needed to lie about something like that." Miriam shook her head. "It's not as simple as that, Cherish." "Nothing ever is." There was more. There was always more. "I was embarrassed he left." "How's that embarrassing for you?" Cherish asked. "He was the one who left." "It just is. I had strong feelings for him, and I felt I loved him. When he left, I was shattered in every possible way. I had this bad feeling that I wasn't good enough for him, wasn't good enough for anyone. I didn't want any of Earl's family to think I wasn't good enough for another man. It might make them think I wasn't good enough for him. And then the reaction by your mother and Ada certainly didn't help me feel better about myself. I wish you would have told me. I want to get to know you better, Miriam, and you treat me like a child." Cherish tucked her legs under her chin and rested her head on her knees. "Just like everybody else." "I'm sorry, but I didn't think I was treating you like a child. I was trying to protect myself from the judgment of others. Imagine if Ada or Wilma found out John dumped me. They would wonder why, and that would give them a whole other reason why I wouldn't suit Earl." Cherish could see her point. Did you tell your mother about why you left my place so suddenly?" "No, I didn't. I didn't want her to know. She tends to worry about things, and I didn't want her treating Ada and Wilma differently if she ever met them. I'm glad I didn't. I was a little bit shocked that they wanted to come to the wedding. Both Earl and I are pleased, though. Now I just have to keep Ada and Wilma from finding out about John. I hope no one says anything to them. It's John's loss. Anyway, thanks for telling the truth about it now. I forgive you for keeping that from me. I might have done the same thing if I was you." Miriam smiled. "I do feel better for telling it. How about you help me pack my things? I'm still not finished. There's so much to do." "Okay, I will. I finished dusting the living room." Cherish didn't know if Miriam knew John was in town. It wasn't her place to say anything. Before she could deliberate further, she was distracted by Jane's arrival. Jane was also staying the night with Miriam. That evening, Miriam's house was full of people bringing things for the wedding. Firstly, it was the men with the long benches. Then there was a delivery of tables and chairs. Then came loads of food, and more women arrived who helped with the initial preparations. A huge tent was set up outside, and extra gas cookers were installed in a makeshift kitchen behind the house. Cherish kept as busy as she could helping everyone while keeping an eye out for John. She was sure she'd know him when she saw him. He'd look slightly guilty. His head would be hung low and his shoulders stooped. His eyes would glimmer with hope, masking the emptiness he felt. That's how he was in her mind. Chapter 25. The morning of the wedding, Cherish was in Miriam's bedroom with both Miriam and Jane looking at their dresses when Elizabeth burst into the room. The three of them looked over at Miriam's mother. "John's downstairs and he wants to talk with you." Miriam turned white and sat down heavily on the bed. Jane flew to her side, sitting on the bed next to her. "You don't have to speak to him," Jane told her. Cherish moved to the window to see if she could see him. There was no one outside. Elizabeth frowned on hearing what Jane said. "It won't hurt to hear what he's got to say. He probably wants to say he's sorry. Everyone deserves a chance to have their apology heard." "I don't know, Ma." Miriam trembled. Her mother walked over, grabbed Miriam's arm, and lifted her up. "Don't be rude. He's come here to talk, so you should listen." "It's my wedding day. I don't want to." "All the more reason." Her mother marched her to the door, while Cherish and Jane helplessly looked on. "Where is he?" Miriam asked as they walked downstairs. "He's waiting on the porch. I asked him in, and he said he'd speak to you out there." As much as Miriam didn't want to lay eyes on him, a part of her felt she deserved to have all her questions answered. She stood at the door for a moment to steady her nerves. Her heart beat so fast she wondered if she was having some kind of panic attack. "Go out there," her mother whispered. Miriam walked out and saw him. He was looking down the driveway, and she could only see his back. He was wearing a suit, and his shoes looked brand new. He'd made a big effort to look good. Not that she cared anymore. "What are you doing here, John?" He turned around, and his pale blue eyes crinkled at the corners. His skin was a little darker than she had remembered, and a little more weathered. "How are you, Miriam?" "I'm shocked to see you here." He looked down. "I shouldn't have left it so long." You shouldn't have gone, she thought. A small part of her heart was regretful over many things. She'd wanted him to come back for so long, but, in the end, she had to put him out of her mind. His eyes locked onto hers. "I hear you're getting married. That's the sole reason I'm standing before you." She held her breath. He still cared. Miriam looked away, confused. If she loved Earl so much, why did she still have feelings for John? "Yes, I'm getting married today." He placed his hands gently on his hips and looked up at the sky. Was he trying to stop himself from crying? In all the years she'd known him, he'd never cried over anything. Not even when family members had died. Miriam couldn't help her resentment from coming to the surface. He'd treated her badly. She deserved answers. "Why are you back now, like nothing has happened?" "I never said I wasn't coming back." His voice was raspy. "You never said anything. That's the problem." When he didn't say anything, she asked, "Where have you been?" "Up north, visiting some folks." He looked her up and down. "You're looking good, Miriam. The passing of time has only made you more beautiful. Looks are supposed to fade when one ages, but you—" "Don't you tell me how I'm looking. You're changing the subject. I want to know why you left without the decency of telling me why. Did you think I would wait around forever?" "That's exactly what I thought." His voice raised a notch. She glanced over her shoulder, hoping no one in the house could hear them. He made a sound as though something was caught in his throat. You're marrying Earl, the new guy?
He's not new. He's been here for years.
He's not from around these parts. Anyway, when I heard you were getting married, I got here as soon as I could.
She stood there, not knowing what to say.
He moved closer. Don't you think this is a little hasty?
Hasty engagements make for long marriages, so I'm told.
Sounds like a load of horse dung to me.
He looked up at her from under his dark lashes. Miriam's lips wanted to smile, but she wouldn't relax enough to allow it. Finally, he said,
Spare me 5 minutes. Come for a walk with me in the fields, and I'll tell you everything.
Again, she glanced back at the house before resting her gaze upon him. I can't. I've got people waiting for me inside.
5 minutes, Miriam. Just give me 5 minutes. We spent 5 years together. Surely you can spare 5 minutes.
She stared at him. There was nothing he could do or say that would make her change her mind about Earl. But she wanted to know why he left. It would close that chapter of her life so she could start a fresh one. I'll give you 3 minutes.
I'll take it.
He allowed her to walk down the steps first, and then he followed.
What's this guy got that I haven't?
For one, he didn't run away. And 2, he's a good man.
Is that all?
She hesitated a moment. In front of her was the man she'd pined after for so long. This was her chance. He'd apologize, she'd find it in her heart to forgive him, and they could take up where they left off. Then she thought about Earl. I'm in love with Earl.
Ah, see? You should have said that first.
I didn't know I was going to be graded on my answer, or I would have said that first. If I'm marrying him, naturally I love him.
If?
Don't start. I am marrying him. I figure you've got 1.5 minutes left. Guests will be arriving soon.
They can turn the celebration into a spring festival, or a party, or whatever else. It doesn't need to be your wedding, because your wedding won't be a proper wedding unless you're marrying me.
She stopped walking. He wanted to marry her? She couldn't help feeling flattered. You're too late. Earl won't be happy that I'm even talking with you on my wedding day, especially when I tell him what you've been saying.
Run away with me now. I know you still love me. Feelings like we had never die. They live on in our hearts forever.
You're a very good talker, John, but you're not good enough to talk me into marrying you. My ideal man would never leave me like you did.
Hey, I never officially asked you. Will you forgive my silliness and my faults? Marry me, Miriam.
She put her hand up to her mouth as she gasped.
I'll spend the rest of my life making it all up to you. I never should have left. I know that now. I'll make you the happiest woman who ever lived.
She took a step back, surprised at his brashness. My happiness is not in your hands.
Well, what do you say about the rest of what I said? Particularly the part about us getting married.
No, I will not marry you. His dark eyebrows drew together and he reached for her hand. She pulled it out of his reach.
Miriam, why did you come on this walk with me? Why are you stringing me along?
His words were offensive, but his tone was soft, almost pleading. Because I thought it might give you closure, and the same for me.
Why would I need that when I was the foolish one who walked away?
I don't know. You said you'd tell me why you left. That's the only reason I agreed to speak with you. He looked down at her dress.
Is that your wedding dress?
No. I have one I'm putting on at the last minute. She didn't tell him she'd made the dress thinking about him.
How old is Earl? Is he younger than you too?
Yes, and so were you. He grinned.
Still am.
Yes, I guess that goes without saying.
That's the reason I left, if you want to know. I was doubtful things would work out with us because of the difference in our ages.
He'd never mentioned their ages before. Just as well I found a man who doesn't care about that kind of thing. He loves me no matter what.
I wonder if he's thought things through. I did. long and hard. I decided I don't care that you're 8 years older." Miriam looked down at the ground, feeling bad that there was a 9-year gap between her and Earl. "I don't want to lose you, Miriam."
"I think our 3 minutes is over."
She turned around and walked a few steps. "Wait." She stopped without turning around.
"I've given you more than 3 minutes, and that's more than you gave me in the last few years. Goodbye, John."
"Wait, Miriam, it can't end like this. I still love you. I will always love you. Don't leave me." Miriam hardened her heart against him and kept walking. As much as she loved Earl, walking away from John wasn't easy. Chapter 26. The two older ladies were craning their necks looking out the kitchen window at Miriam and John. By now, Cherish and Jane were downstairs with them. Being too short to see what was happening over their shoulders, she pulled up a chair and stood on it. "He's going to talk her out of it," Elizabeth said.
"He's going to give it a good try,"
Olga added. Cherish was horrified.
"She surely won't change her mind about Earl just because this John guy's come back, will she?"
Olga turned and looked her up and down.
"Careful you don't fall."
"I won't."
"Love's a powerful thing,"
Olga told Cherish.
"Never underestimate what love will make a person do."
"She's in love with Earl," Jane said. "She'll tell John to be on his way."
"I'm not so sure. Love can be fickle,"
Olga said.
"I once—"
"Don't say it, Ma. We don't need any of your old love stories from before you married Pa."
"Okay."
Cherish couldn't bear it.
"I'd like to hear the story if that's okay. I love stories." "What were you going to say, Olga?"
Elizabeth didn't give her mother a chance to speak. "Look at him out there. He's like a peacock spreading his feathers, doing his dance to attract her."
"He does look nice in his suit," Jane said. "Yes, but, Olga, you were going to tell us something," Cherish urged. "Some men want what they can't have. It was fine to stay away when she was single, but as soon as he heard she was getting married, he comes back."
Cherish compared that with her own experience. Not only how she was coaching Eddie to have Crystal fall in love with him, but the way she'd never thought much about Malachi until Annie Wiley showed an interest. Then she started seeing things about him she'd never seen before. Then he surprised her completely by pulling strings to remove the reporter from her life. That had been impressive. But would it have been that way if Annie wasn't constantly at the farm, batting her eyelashes at Malachi?
"I think I know what you mean. You don't know what you have until it's gone, or until you think you might lose it, or him or her."
"Exactly," Olga said. "He's lost her, and he's trying to win her back. Will he succeed? That is the question."
Jane stared back out the window. "She's got a huge decision to make."
"No,"
said Cherish.
"Miriam made her decision when she said yes to Earl."
Everyone was silent. Cherish could hear what they were thinking. It was the same as Mom and Ada. Nothing was final until the moment they married. Both Earl and Miriam were free to change their minds before that. Cherish crossed her arms, unhappy about the situation. It was the wedding day, after all. If anyone was going to change their mind, they shouldn't have waited until today.
"John should have come back before now,"
Elizabeth said. "I agree. He'll have come all this way for nothing." Olga nodded and then shrugged.
"Maybe. He's a nice-looking man. He won't be alone for long if he chooses to marry. The young are blessed with opportunity. The older Miriam gets, the less opportunity she'll get. That's why we were so happy when your brother came along, Cherish."
"Yes, I see what you mean," Jane agreed. "Opportunities are for the young, but the question is, will Miriam seize this opportunity to marry her first love?
Or stay with the more recent opportunity, which is Earl?"
"The more I think about it, It is romantic that John's come all this way to win back her heart. He won't win, said Cherish. I'm not so sure. Look at the two of them now. What if he asks her to marry him? Would she have the strength to say no? Cherish was shocked. If Miriam's best friend was doubtful, it wasn't a good sign. She can't marry two men. There's a law against that. The ladies laughed, and it eased the tension a little. From within the kitchen, Cherish studied Miriam through the window. Was it a bad sign she looked so sad, so regretful? What if this was the man she really loved and she was marrying Earl on the rebound? She wasn't married to Earl yet. Would she change her mind now that her first love was back? Cherish moved away from the window and, taking the chair with her, sat down at the kitchen table. How would Earl recover if she left him? No, it wouldn't happen, Cherish told herself. All Cherish's thoughts finally bubbled over. What will my brother do if she breaks his heart? He'll get over it and find someone else.
It's not as easy as that, Elizabeth,
Olga told her. I didn't say that it was easy, but that's what will happen. Nothing in life is guaranteed. She turned around as she said that, as if she wanted Cherish to understand it.
But everything is organized for the wedding, Jane said. It must go ahead. She's already told Earl she'll marry him.
They're coming back now, Elizabeth said, causing the three ladies to move away from the window. We'll soon find out. Maybe they'll be the ones getting married today.
Don't be silly. All Earl's relatives have gathered for it. They'll have it on another day,
Olga said.
Don't you care if she doesn't marry Earl? Cherish asked. Do you prefer John?
Oh, no. We don't think she should marry John. Not after he left her. But it's not up to us.
No,
Olga said.
It's up to her.
That was a new concept to Cherish. She was so used to her mother controlling much of her life. These people weren't forcing their opinion on Miriam. Cherish sat there, concerned. She didn't want to have come all this way to see Earl devastated. What excuse could John possibly have given Miriam for breaking her heart the way he had? She certainly hoped Miriam wouldn't forgive and forget.
Wait, he's getting in his buggy,
Jane said, looking out the window again.
And she's coming inside.
That means he wasn't successful, I'd say,
Olga commented. That doesn't mean anything. She'll come in and quietly tell us she's changed her mind. She might not even mention John. Yes, that would be best. It would save everyone's feelings from getting hurt. They'll wait a few months and have a small, quiet ceremony somewhere. Cherish was sick to her stomach listening to Elizabeth's words. She sounded so convincing.
I'll still know the truth.
Olga smiled at Cherish.
Yes, you'll know the truth, but you won't say anything to Earl, will you?
It hasn't happened yet. I'm telling you, Miriam will not cancel the wedding. I know it in my heart.
Cherish pressed her fingernail into her palm, hoping what she said was true. As soon as Miriam walked through the door, everyone got up and rushed to her. Cherish was a little shocked, but that didn't stop her from following them.
What did he say?
Jane asked. Nothing much.
Why did he leave? Did he say?
Olga asked. Miriam gulped. She didn't want to bring up the age thing again, not in front of Cherish. He was vague about that. Elizabeth guided Miriam to the couch and everyone followed. So, how did you leave things? Before Miriam had a chance to respond, Olga asked,
Is he coming to the wedding?
I don't know. I think that he might. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he knows what he's doing. Jane and Cherish exchanged smiles. They knew Miriam was still marrying Earl. A few minutes later, 2 buggy loads of women arrived to help with the food preparations. Finally, the ceremony was underway. There were too many guests to be seated, so people stood around the edges of the room and some were on the porch. Cherish was seated between Miriam and Jane. Like at their meetings, the men were on one side and the women on the other. Before Earl and Miriam had taken their seats, they'd been counseled by the bishop. It was one of many talks he'd given them about marriage. All the while, Miriam did her best to concentrate, but she kept worrying about John and whether he'd do something to ruin the wedding. He wasn't one to follow the rules if he got it into his head that they didn't make sense. She kept hoping he'd left already, but when she and Earl had walked into the living room just now, she'd seen that John was there. All she could do was keep her head down and not make eye contact. Never for a moment had she considered that he might show up to her wedding. Her heart pounded in anxious anticipation. When the happy couple were seated, Cherish leaned forward to see Earl. He looked so handsome in his dark suit, bow tie, and his wide-brimmed black hat. He was much nicer looking than his two friends sitting next to him. If only Mark could have been there to see their brother getting married. Cherish turned around and smiled at Florence, who was sitting right behind her. At least she was there. When it was time for the couple to stand before the bishop, Cherish felt almost like she was passing out. Maybe she should have had some breakfast, but she was saving room for the delicious wedding food. Cherish glanced over her shoulder. John was there. He was standing at the back, and he didn't appear happy. Cherish decided that if he stuck around afterward, she'd ask why he left Miriam so suddenly. As soon as the couple stood in front of the bishop, silence swept over the room. The quiet was broken by a booming deep voice from the back of the room. Just a minute. Everyone in the room turned to see who spoke. It was John. Chapter 27. The bishop didn't say anything. He was in shock just like everybody else. John walked closer. I'd like a word with Miriam, please. Now? The bishop asked. Cherish saw Earl whisper something to Miriam, and she shrugged her shoulders. He must have asked what John would have wanted. That's what everyone was waiting to find out. Yes, now. It's important. John stood tall, and now he had stopped in the center of the room. The bishop looked at Miriam. What do you say? She shook her head. No, I've already talked with him, and there's nothing more to say. This wasn't good. Cherish saw the shock on Earl's face when she spoke those words. The bishop then said, I'm sorry, John. We'll proceed. You can talk with Miriam later if she so chooses. When the couple turned around again, Earl stepped forward and said a few words to the bishop, who gave a nod. Then Earl whispered something to Miriam before they walked out of the house. The bishop cleared his throat. The couple is having a 5-minute break before they return. We will sing a hymn. The bishop sat down, and one of the ministers rose and named a hymn. Cherish whispered to Jane. What's going on? Seems Earl wants to talk with Miriam now. Oh no, are they going to split up? Cherish wanted to run after him to stop him, but she couldn't do anything. Jane whispered back. I hope not. Miriam's worst nightmare had just happened. John had successfully ruined her wedding. Not only that, but he might have cost her the man she loved. She couldn't feel more wretched as she followed Earl out of the house, feeling John's gaze on her every step of the way. When they were around the corner of the house, away from prying eyes, Earl turned to face her. What's going on? Miriam took a deep breath to steady herself. Nothing. I need to know everything, Miriam. I know you and John were courting for a while. I don't know what happened to you two, but I assumed it was over. That's why I never asked you about him. It was, and it still is. It was over when he left town. You just told the bishop you talked to him already. When did you do that? This morning. And you're only just telling me that now? Miriam studied his face. Don't you trust me? I do, but I also need you to be able to tell me everything. I would have normally, but I didn't want to put a damper on our day, our wedding day. Earl's eyes opened wide. At least I would have been prepared for what just happened. In all the weddings I've been to, nothing like this has ever happened. A tear trickled down Miriam's face. She'd waited so long for the right man and waited so long to get married. Do you still want to get married? Do you want to marry me, or do you want to marry John? She wiped her tear away and sniffed. I want to marry you. He smiled and stepped closer. Don't cry. This is our wedding day. Relief washed over her. I didn't know he was coming. I haven't heard from him in years. I'm so sorry. No need to be sorry. There's nothing you could have done about it. She stepped back away from him. Everything's ruined now. This day that I've imagined for years is suddenly nothing like I wanted it to be. He took hold of her hand. This day is not ruined. Today we'll be man and wife. That'll be the best day of my life, no matter who tries to ruin it. Miriam smiled. Then he leaned forward and softly kissed her lips. Let's get back in there and get married before some other man tries to steal you away from me. She took a deep breath. Just a moment. We have people waiting. Let them wait. I just want to be sure about something. Earl swallowed hard. What's that? Are you sure you want to do this? I mean, it's okay if you want to cancel this whole thing, postpone it even. I just don't want you to feel pressured to do this now just because we've got a crowd waiting. Sure, it'll be embarrassing, but I've never been sure about anything in my life. I love you with all my heart. You're who I care about. I wasn't even thinking about all the people waiting. Not in that way. If I didn't want to marry you, Miriam, I wouldn't have come this far. In his eyes, she saw her future. I love you too, Earl. Cherish wondered what was going on. The whispering in the crowd was almost louder than the singing. John had gone. At least, he wasn't where he'd been standing before. Ada and Wilma weren't smiling. They seemed just as concerned as everyone else. Everyone stopped singing when Miriam and Earl walked back in the room. Shall we resume where we left off? Earl asked the bishop. The bishop gave a nod. Cherish knew from their faces they'd sorted everything out. They both looked so happy. Once Earl and Miriam answered questions asked of them by the bishop, they sat back down. Then the bishop stood and gave his sermon. The sermon wasn't long and drawn out like some of the weddings Cherish had been to. Maybe the bishop was trying to finish quickly before there was another interruption. The subject matter was the same, but Cherish never got tired of listening to how the bride and groom were likened to Christ having so much love for his people. When the bishop sat down, a minister said a few words before he said a prayer. Once he was finished, a second minister stood and led everyone in a hymn from the Ausbund. Cherish couldn't wait to find out what had happened when Earl and Miriam had walked out. Her best guess was Earl asked questions about John. Miriam tried her best to hold back tears of happiness. She could see that Earl was choked up with emotion as well. Tonight, she would finally be in her own home with Earl, as Earl's wife, and as a married woman. It had been such a long wait, but her dream had finally become a reality. The road to her happiness had been rocky, but she'd arrived. While Miriam and Earl signed the official documents, everyone gathered under the large makeshift tent. The women nominated to look after the food were quick to fill the tables. By now, Cherish was starving. In the corner closest to the barn was a table of wedding gifts. Cherish was a little disappointed that they hadn't had enough time to sew a quilt for the couple. Instead, Mom had bought a gift from the whole family. It was a tea set of fine white china. Earl and Miriam were now seated at the U-shaped wedding table. There was a seat there for Cherish and one for each of the other attendants. But Cherish wanted to give them some time alone before she sat down. She looked around for John and didn't see him anywhere. Then she spotted him, still by himself, near the house. With a deep breath, she took her chance and walked toward him. When she was halfway to him, a girl around her age stepped in front of her. Chapter 28.
Hi, are you Earl's sister? I am.
Cherish studied the girl. She had mischievous blue-green eyes and dark strawberry blonde hair, and her nose was dotted with freckles.
I think I've seen you in Lancaster County. Yeah, I go there a bit. My grandmother lives there. Oh, so you go there on vacation or something?
More like as punishment.
I'm Fenella Schultz. Nice to meet you, Fenella Schultz. I'm Cherish Baker.
Hi, Cherish. Cherish stared at her, looking to see if she resembled anyone from her community. She recalled seeing Fenella, but didn't remember who she was with.
Who's your grandmother?
Adele Schultz.
I know her. Not well, but I know who she is.
Fenella smiled, crinkling her nose. Do you know Miriam well?
Yes, Earl brought her back to meet us. I like her a lot. She's so suited to Earl.
Yes, she is nice. I live just over there on the neighboring property. Cherish looked over to where Fenella was pointing and then noticed that John was gone.
What do you know about John?
John Schultz? Cherish shrugged.
I don't know his last name. I've just heard that he and Miriam had a thing going on.
Hey, wait. Is he a relative of yours? You've got the same last name.
A cousin.
We're not close. I've got like a million cousins. Don't talk about him. He's so frustrating. He strung Miriam along for years, and then he left her. I'm so pleased she didn't wait for him. Did he ask her to wait? I don't think so. I don't know all the details. I just know that he left suddenly. We're not close, not like some cousins. Hey, do you believe what he did at the wedding just now?
No, I was in shock. What was he trying to do?
Cherish asked. Everyone's still in shock over it. He was obviously trying to get Miriam to change her mind.
Poor Miriam. I'm glad she said she didn't want to talk to him.
What do you think about the age difference? The age difference between Earl and Miriam? Cherish nodded.
That's right.
So what? That he's a bit younger? It shouldn't matter as long as they're in love. In Cherish's book, that was the right answer, and she liked Fenella that little bit more.
Next time you get sent to your grandmother's, let me know so we can meet up.
I will. How can I find you?
I'll give you my phone number. I'm at the Baker Apple Orchard. Everyone knows where that is. It's the biggest apple orchard in the area.
I'm pretty sure I went there once to get some apple butter. Is there a shop in front of the house?
Yes, that's it. There are rules, so technically it can't be called a shop, but you're thinking about the right place.
Fenella laughed. You're choosing your words like you're a lawyer or something.
Well, you can't be too careful. That's what I've learned these past few months.
Let's sit. Once they'd sat down, Fenella put her hands behind her head and asked, What happened in the last months to make you wary? Cherish blew out a deep breath.
I don't have time to tell you. There are too many things that happened. I did meet a nice lawyer, though, since you mentioned lawyers.
Her eyes bugged out.
Did you? Is he young? Of course he's young. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be so attractive.
A young and attractive lawyer. Are you thinking of leaving the community for him?
No way.
Cherish noticed movement under one of the white tablecloths. When she moved closer, she noticed something. It was a small boy. It seemed the people eating at the tables didn't even know he was there.
There's a young boy under that table.
Fenella smiled. That's my brother.
What's he doing?
What's that he's got in his hands? That's his turtle.
Oh, I want to have a pet turtle.
Why has he brought it to the wedding?
He shouldn't have. My parents will give him a whipping if they find out. Come on, we'd better help him.
We? Fenella was already moving away. Cherish hoped she wasn't going to get into trouble. But she had so few friends, and she really connected with Fenella. She had to do what Fenella said. As Fenella was coaxing her brother out from under the table, Cherish leaned down to help her.
Come out of there, Dave.
No.
You're not allowed to bring pets to the wedding. Hand him over and I'll take him home.
No. Fenella looked over at Cherish helplessly. Since they were drawing attention, Cherish had to do something fast.
You've got to come out now and give that turtle to your sister so she can take him home.
No.
I heard someone say they felt hungry and wanted turtle soup. If they see him right now, the worst might happen.
No one would eat turtle soup.
They would. It happens. People eat all kinds of things. I hear it's delicious. Not that I'd eat a turtle, but some would.
Fenella added, "She'll walk with me and help protect him. We'll have to lock him up at home."
Okay, I'll come too. No! You stay here or you'll get in so much trouble for bringing a turtle to the wedding. Hand him over.
Dave held the turtle in his hands and scooted on his bottom, and then he got out from under the table. When he was handing the turtle to Fenella, a lady saw it and screamed.
Don't let Ma see Fenella or I'll get another whipping.
I won't. You go eat with the other boys. Dave walked away while Fenella turned aside and hid the turtle underneath her apron. Come with me.
I'm an attendant. I can't.
No one will miss you. Besides, I haven't seen you doing much attending.
I did a lot before the wedding,
Cherish said. Grab us each one of those fried chicken legs and come for a walk. Cherish groaned.
Have you seen all the food? It's amazing. By the time we get back, they would have done the second lot of servings and it might be all gone.
Fill up 2 plates then, and I'll meet you at the front of the house. Cherish headed to the food table. Her mouth watered immediately as she looked at the macaroni and cheese, creamy mashed potatoes, the asparagus and cheese pies, the creamed celery, the cold cuts. Then there was every kind of cooked vegetable with at least a dozen sauces, and hot meats and sausages of all sorts. She filled 2 plates and upended a plate over each one so they fitted like lids. Then she put one on top of the other. She found Fenella just where she said she'd be. Wow, got enough food there?
Probably not. We can always go back for more. We can eat this at your house before we come back.
Let's go. As they walked toward Fenella's house, Cherish said,
No offense, but your brother is one weird child.
I know. I'm the only normal one in the family.
I can totally relate to that. I'm the only normal one in mine as well.
Earl seems normal.
Oh, yes, he is. I wasn't including him. He's the exception, along with Mark. Mark couldn't be here today. He's Earl's only brother. I think Christina, his wife, stopped him from coming. She's okay sometimes, but mostly she's just cranky.
What's her problem?
My mother said it's because she doesn't have any children.
I wouldn't care if I never have any.
That's exactly what I say, but I'm told I'll change my mind when I get older. But what if I don't?
It just seems like a lot of work to me.
Me too, and work is something I try to stay away from.
Same.
Does Mr. Turtle have any friends?
Cherish looked down at the turtle, who was now out of Fenella's apron, but hiding in his shell. I don't think turtles need friends.
Sure they do. Another turtle would be a good friend for him.
His name's Frank.
Oh, really?
Yep, Dave named him.
My new house guest would be upset by that. She was bothered that I have a bird called Timmy. She thinks animals shouldn't have people's names.
What does it matter? Cherish shrugged her shoulders.
She's a little odd. Anyway, how did Dave end up with a turtle?
Fenella laughed. He was being annoying at the markets one day, so my mother gave him some money to get candy. He came back with a turtle.
That is funny.
Frank's no trouble to look after. My brother cares for him.
You've only got the one brother?
Yes, and I have an older sister. She is extremely annoying. Cherish rolled her eyes.
I have 5 older sisters, and they're all annoying. I have one stepsister. Oh, and then there's Florence. I forgot about her. She's Earl's sister and my half-sister. But Bliss, my stepsister, is okay sometimes.
Well, I'm glad you've got one who's nice sometimes.
Yeah, she's often too nice.
Fenella glanced at her.
Really? I know people like that.
Cherish smiled at Fenella.
You and I are so much alike. I was thinking the exact same thing. We should have been sisters. Yes, we should have been. You're not annoying at all.
Cherish giggled.
How about when we get back to the wedding, I'll find someone for you to think about.
A man?
Someone from the community?
Yeah. There's always John. He'll be ready to meet someone right now if he's not crying in the corner somewhere.
Very funny. He's far too old. Maybe he has a brother.
A much younger one, Cherish laughed.
He doesn't. But hey, at least I'm trying.
Cherish looked up at the house they were approaching. Not far now. I'm not used to doing so much walking, and these are new boots I got for the wedding. Chapter 29. Cherish was surprised how small the house was. It had a red roof that looked like it was made from tin. She could tell that because the paint was coming off in patches. The remainder of the house was made from vertical planks of wood, painted cream. Who lives here? Just me, my folks, my brother and sister. They walked around the back of the house. Where does the tortoise live? It's a turtle. Sorry. In the pond? Doesn't he escape? Cherish asked. No, not yet anyway. He has an enclosure where he goes at night. When Cherish saw the enclosure, she laughed. That's the best enclosure I've ever seen. Cherish didn't want to say it, but the enclosure looked better than the house. The frame was metal with chicken wire wrapped for the walls. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to make a wooden pitched roof. Who did all this? Dave. Are you kidding me? He's so young. No kidding, he did it. That's pretty clever of him. Yeah, I guess he's smart. Runs in the family. Cherish laughed. You would say that. Yeah, most of the time he's annoying, and before you say it, he doesn't get that from me. I wouldn't say that. All my siblings annoy me, except for the stepsister I told you about. Wait, she does annoy me because she's too nice. Yes, I can see that would be irritating. You actually get me. Yeah, you're not hard to understand. Vanilla put the turtle at the side of the pond. Sometimes he goes to his little house by himself. He likes to hide among the stones. I think he feels safe there. Cherish looked at the stones that would be better described as large rocks. Let's eat. Yeah, I'm starving. Once they were inside the house, Cherish saw the inside was much nicer than the outside. It was very neat and tidy. The floors were wooden with high-gloss varnish covered in part by dark green woolen rugs. A 3-seater couch sat in front of the fireplace. It's so nice in here. It's okay. They sat in the kitchen to eat their food. Vanilla grabbed knives and forks and poured them each a glass of lemonade. I can't help feeling sorry for Miriam. I haven't even had a chance to talk with her. I should get back there. I'm an attendant and I haven't done much to help out today. First, finish, and then we'll go back. Tell her you had to help me with the turtle rescue if she says anything. Thanks, I will. When they'd eaten, Vanilla washed and dried the plates. Okay, let's go. As they walked through the fields, Cherish looked up at the sky. Harvest time. That would be the best time for you to visit. It's not that far away. That is, if you don't mind helping out a bit. It's the most exciting time of year. Everything happens at harvest. Do you want free labor? Cherish burst out laughing. I said help out a bit. The more people we have, the more no one knows how hard people work. Do you get me? Ah, sure. You can get out of work if there are loads of people there. Exactly. You only have to look like you're helping if you want. It's okay. I don't mind picking fruit. I enjoy it, Vanilla said. Are you sure your folks won't mind me being there? They'll be glad for me to have a visitor. Everyone's had visitors except me. If I say I want you to come to help with the harvest, who's going to complain about that? You're very smart and wise, Cherish. I guess I am. The more time she spent with Vanilla, the more she liked her. When they got back to Miriam's house, they saw John standing at the edge of the crowd. He was by himself. There's John, Vanilla said, grabbing Cherish's arm. I can't believe he's still here. I'm going to talk to him. Cherish went to walk toward him, but Vanilla pulled on her arm. What are you going to say? You'd want to be careful. He'd be a bundle of emotion right now. He might go off like a firecracker. I want to know why he left. Miriam said he never told her. It's a mystery, and whenever I don't know something, it eats away at me something fierce. I wouldn't if I were you. Yeah, well, you're not me. Vanilla giggled. I'll wait here. Tell me everything. Cherish walked away. Her new friend wasn't exactly like her. She was a little more cautious. Hello, John. John drew his eyebrows together as he looked down at her. Do I know you? I'm Earl's sister. Half-sister, technically, but that's a long story. John stared at the now married couple. Your brother is a lucky man. He is. I hear you were once close with Miriam. His gaze lowered to the ground as he muttered. That was a long time ago. What happened? I made a big mistake. Excuse me. He walked a few steps away. Wait! He turned around. I can't say more. What kind of a mistake? I didn't appreciate her. Now I've lost her. Can I say it more plainly? He stared at her in an unkind way, and she knew he saw her as a nosy kid. No, I understand what you're saying, but did you tell her why you left? Maybe you should ask her that. I did. She said you never told her. You only wrote one letter, and when she wrote back to you, that letter was returned. Cherish saw him growing more anxious as he moved his weight from foot to foot. She's making me out to be the bad guy, eh? Well, no, not exactly. But you did leave. Only after she told me to go. He turned and walked toward the buggies. Just like that, he was leaving. She watched him go. Miriam was definitely better off with Earl. If she'd told John to go, she probably hadn't meant for him to utterly disappear. She might have been trying to draw some kind of commitment from him. Fenella came running over. What did he say? Not much, just that he made a mistake in leaving. Yeah, we all know that. Good thing he didn't ruin the wedding completely. I thought she might go back to him when I heard he'd returned. Nah, she's got better taste than that. Cherish looked over at Earl and Miriam. They're great together. They are. Come on, they're about to open their presents. Let's see what they got. Cherish walked beside her, hoping Miriam and Earl would like the gift that the family got them. When dessert had been eaten and the presents had been opened, Earl whispered to Miriam, Let's go. Now? Yes, I saw people leaving. I think the timing's right. I agree. After they said their goodbyes to each and every person, they headed off in their buggy. Some boys had made a just married sign out of cardboard and stuck it to the back of their buggy, along with strings of tin cans that trailed along behind. They made a terrible racket, but it didn't bother the horse. Miriam was grateful John's antics hadn't ruined the wedding. Now she could put the past behind her and look forward to a lifetime with Earl. Chapter 30. The next day, it was time to say goodbye to Earl and Miriam before the newlyweds left for their 2 weeks vacation of visiting relatives. Ada, Wilma, and the girls arrived in 2 taxis. Ada was first at the door, and she knocked on it way too loudly. Miriam opened the door and greeted everyone. Earl wasn't far behind her. Come in for something to eat. No, thank you. We've just had breakfast, Mom said. At least come and have a quick look at the house to see all the hard work Earl's done. We'd love to see that, said Wilma. Miriam took them around the house while Earl followed. All the while, Cherish was waiting for a quiet word with Miriam. She had to know why she'd asked John to leave all those years ago. Cherish got her opportunity when she asked for another look at Miriam's sewing room when the tour was over. Miriam went back with her while Earl stayed in the living room with the others. Miriam, I saw John at the wedding and he said you asked him to leave. I didn't. He was welcome to be at the wedding, the same as everyone else. No, I mean years ago when he left. I asked him why he left and he said you told him to go. Miriam frowned. Why were you talking to him at all? Cherish cleared her throat. Now she seemed like a meddler. I'm sorry, but I had to know. Miriam shook her head. It's not your business to know what happened between me and John. It's over, and that's that. I'm married to Earl now. I don't even want to be reminded of John, especially after what he did yesterday. Yes, but you were so sad. I just wanted to know why he left you. He seems so regretful now. Maybe I told him to go in anger. I can't remember now. We all say things we don't mean sometimes. He would have known I didn't mean it. It's typical of him to turn this around on me.
I'm sorry. Forget I said anything.
I will. Cherish felt so bad.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. What's done is done. Next time you'll know. Miriam didn't have to say more. She meant, next time, you'll know not to stick your nose into things that don't concern you.
What are you doing today?
Cherish asked. We're leaving for 2 weeks, visiting all my relatives. A car's arriving in an hour.
That's right, I knew that. I'm sorry, Miriam. I should keep out of things.
Miriam put her arm around her. You should have, but no matter. When they walked downstairs, they heard Wilma and Ada apologizing to Earl for what had happened at Wilma's house, causing Earl and Miriam to leave so abruptly. All is forgiven and forgotten, Earl said. He looked over at Miriam. Isn't it?
Yes. Thank you for coming all this way to see us be married.
We loved it. So did the girls,
Wilma said. Ada stood up.
We should go so you can get organized.
Yes,
Cherish agreed.
They haven't got long before their car comes.
Thank you for the tea set. It's beautiful. Earl and I love it. We do, agreed Earl. They said their goodbyes to Earl and Miriam. Then they went to Miriam's family home, where the wedding had taken place. Ada had volunteered them all to help with the post-wedding cleanup. Well, that ended up okay, Miriam said as she closed the door. I think we can go to visit them in the future without a worry, since they apologized and they did seem genuine. I agree. I was surprised that the trouble at the wedding didn't come from them. He took Miriam into his arms. I'm sorry about that, Earl. He never should have done what he did. He shook his head. It's not your fault. No need for you to be sorry. I know, but it was awful. No, it wasn't. Our wedding will be remembered and talked about for years. Miriam laughed. That's true. I'm sure it will. But I never wanted to be famous. Everyone will forget in time. Maybe not poor old John. I feel sorry for him. Why? He tried to lure me away from you. I've got you, and he hasn't. He held her close. Thank you for choosing me. He breathed against her neck. Always. Chapter 31. 2 days later, the two cars moved away from the bed and breakfast to go home. Cherish was fuming as she found herself once again in the car with Ada and her mother. It wasn't fair. Well, it's all over now, Wilma. Are you glad you went to their wedding? Ada asked. I am, and thank you for coming with me. It was nice just to have a few days out of the normal everyday routine. It was. He's made his decision now, and he'll have to live with it. We tried to warn him, and that's all we can do. Cherish turned around from the front seat in time to see Ada patting Wilma's arm, as Ada said, You can't help people who don't want to listen. Some people have to go through things themselves. All we were doing was trying to save them from heartache. Cherish turned back to the front and covered her ears to block out the sound of their negativity. Ada, who was sitting directly behind her, poked Cherish's shoulder. What are you doing? Cherish uncovered her ears. I'm tired of all this talk. They are married and they make a lovely couple. And why shouldn't they be married and be happy? So what if she's a few years older? Cherish twisted to look at Ada. Ada shook her head. We've been through this, Cherish, and we've explained it to you a number of times. Don't mind her. She never listens, Mom sighed. Another one in the family who never listens. Responded Ada. And what sort of unsuitable man will Cherish marry in a few years' time? Cherish couldn't help herself. A man that you both won't like. There will be many things wrong with him. You won't approve of him at all. I don't doubt it for a moment, Ada said. Cherish looked at her mother, hoping she'd say something nice to back her up. All Wilma said was, I don't doubt it either. Cherish huffed and turned to the front. When the time came for her to marry, it would be tempting to marry someone totally unsuitable, just to upset Ada and Mom. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the driver's hands clutching the wheel. It was the same man who'd driven them there. What was he thinking of their conversation? Wisely, he didn't make a comment. Cherish leaned back in the seat and closed her eyes. Her thoughts drifted to what they'd find when they got home.
Now we have to find out what's been going on with Crystal.
Cherish, you're always complaining about people, Mom said.
Me? Complaining? I only said we'd find out what's been going on with Crystal.
I agree with you, Wilma. She's always complaining. Cherish looked at the driver.
Excuse me, how far is it now?
He took his eyes off the road for an instant to look at her. We've only been on the road for 10 minutes, miss. Cherish groaned. A few minutes later, her thoughts turned toward her new friend.
I have a new best friend. I met her at the wedding and she lives next door to Miriam's parents. Her grandmother's from our community. I asked her to come stay with us at harvest time. She wants to help us. Is that okay, Mom?
Before Wilma could answer, Ada said, Depends who her grandmother is. Cherish thought hard.
I can't remember, but her last name is Schultz.
Adele?
Yeah, that's it. Adele Schultz.
Mom said, She's a good friend of ours. Yeah, that'll be fine to have her stay, won't it, Wilma? It will. We need every pair of hands we can get at harvest time. I'm so happy you made a friend, Cherish. Ada and I have been concerned that you don't really have any close friends.
I've never had a best friend until now. With so many sisters, there didn't seem enough room for friends. Now they're all moving away. Hope will be married soon, and then our house will be near empty.
The driver said, It seems the car following us has stopped. Shall we continue? Ada and Wilma turned around. No, we'll stop and see what's going on. When the car pulled over and came to a halt, Wilma and Ada asked Cherish to go back to the other car to see what the trouble was. Cherish was glad to get out of the car. When she approached, she saw Debbie walking up and down. Favor was walking alongside her.
What's going on?
Cherish asked.
Debbie's going to be sick. Car sickness? Maybe she should sit in the front. That helps, and keeping her head up. No, she was sick yesterday, too, Favor said. I wasn't.
Debbie kept walking, but managed to say,
Food poisoning.
From the wedding food? Cherish asked.
Most likely from some of the takeout food we've been eating.
Favor whispered to Cherish.
She must have a weak stomach. I'll let Mom and Ada know what's going on.
Cherish walked back to the car. Debbie couldn't help being sick, but that would only extend Cherish's time with Ada and Mom when all she wanted to do was get home. When she sat back in the front seat, she said,
Debbie's sick. Food poisoning from takeout food.
Oh, that's not good. That can be nasty, Ada said. But she's not been feeling well since before we came here, Mom commented. Since she arrived, actually. I'll take her to the doctor when we get back. Wilma, does this car have to wait for that one? They might have a slow drive home if they have to stop all the time. I do have Samuel waiting. Yeah, and I am worried about Levi. Cherish, tell them we'll go on ahead. No need for us all to arrive late and have to pay 2 drivers more for their time. That was the best news Cherish had heard all day.
I'll tell them.
Cherish ran back to tell Favor the news. Just as she was talking to Favor, Debbie threw up under a tree.
She'll feel better now. I hope so. I'll see you when we get home, Cherish. We'll have to stop and get her something. Maybe something to drink or something to eat.
Yeah, do that. Cherish hurried back to the car, pleased she wasn't in the car with the girls. At last, something had gone her way. Once they were back on the road, Mom suddenly said, Cherish? Cherish turned to look at her mother.
Yeah?
The other day we went shopping and I bought you something.
You did?
That put a smile on Cherish's face.
What is it?
I chose it for you, Ada said. Cherish swiveled further to look at Ada.
Thank you. What is it?
It's a book.
A book? A book about what?
A book called All About Gingerbread Houses. Oh my, it has some lovely illustrations. I had a quick look through it at the store. Cherish was silent for a moment. Apart from a real gingerbread house, that was the very worst gift she could receive.
How thoughtful.
Ada grinned. Yeah, I knew you'd like it. I might have to borrow it from you. I said she could read it before I gave it to you, but she wouldn't, Mom explained. Cherish didn't want to be ungracious. She plastered a fake smile on her face.
Thank you, both of you.
Cherish turned to the front, and gone was her smile. Now all she'd think about on the drive back home was the annoying Annie Wiley and her stupid gingerbread houses. Then she saw the funny side and had to laugh at herself. Ada reached around on the door side and poked Cherish in her back. What's funny?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
What's wrong with her, Wilma? I don't know, Ada. I've got no idea. Does it have anything to do with gingerbread houses? I wonder. When Ada asked that, it made Cherish laugh all the more. The end. Thank you for listening to The Unsuitable Amish Wedding, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 19. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Andy Garcia Roos. Copyright 2021 by Samantha Price. Production copyright by Samantha Price.